Good morning, good morning, good morning. I have my coffee at the ready. It is early in the morning, and I am speaking softly. That's a fact. Which I tend to do, not because I don't want to wake up people, but because I don't want to wake up Zuko, the African gray parrot. He's right over on the other side of the room, 15 feet away, and if I get too loud, he'll be getting up before he really should, which is in the 8 to 8:30 range. So let's just dive right into it. Yesterday went pretty well. At the end of the day, I actually did a session late in the day that I did not live stream, so apologies to those of you who were simply dying to see the current shot get finished, because I not only finished it but actually whipped out this additional shot too. So let's do a recap of what was accomplished yesterday, and then we're gonna figure out where to go from here. Where to go from here? That's the question. What are we gonna do? What are we going to do? So yeah, I probably should recap the, let's see, Fowler says, oh yes, okay. There she says, listen to me, Tianara, I know how you feel. And of course, Tianara's not buying it. I was sold into the king's service when I was just a little girl. Sold? Oh, yes. To marry the prince is quite an opportunity. Okay, that's where we're at. Now, I actually just... well, see, the line that we just saw was, you might as well look at the bright side. So what I have to decide is whether I am going to cut this line out. Not a huge decision, but we've got a scene here that's pretty much jumping from, it's dialogue. And when I did the storyboard, there was, hey Kenneth, when I did the storyboard, I've got some wide shots baked into it. So what's going to happen today pretty much is going to be, it's looking to me like it's mostly going to be repurposing these shots that I did recently, in order to get this dialogue sequence done. Now the good news going forward is, once I get this done, so probably after today, I've got this final sequence with Mel where Mel gets sent on a very, very important mission, and this is really our break point. I'm that close to the end of episode 1, actually. I didn't really realize that until this morning. I'm like, holy crap, the end of the show is, at least the end of the first half, is right around the corner. So then I'm going to have to, so let's actually look at this for a minute. We've got, over here, we've got, let's look at what happens in the story, but I'm thinking out loud for my own benefit, and you guys can follow along. Number one, this establishing shot was already done. Whenever we come back to Mel, we're going to see this establishing shot. So I may want to fix up this painting a bit, because I don't know that this was the best background painting I ever did. That would be this one right here. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, but I think the level of detail is probably lacking a bit. So thinking about that. But basically that shot's done. So as I'm looking at this, and this shot, for the most part, we're talking about going back to this situation. So again, might do a little touch up, but I suspect that the animation of Mel is going to be, pretty straightforward. You can see he comes in, he puts the laundry basket down, and he's basically talking about the fact that he he got the stain out, which was what we saw in the sort of funny little situation 2 scenes ago. And so he had to wash the thing 7 times to get it clean. But he realizes that Asher really is not paying attention. So if you guys can see this, maybe I should go back to the storyboard to look at this actually. Let's see, we're gonna go like this. Yeah. And then I'll just hit, oh, I can't hit enter. That doesn't do me any good because these are pings with a transparent background. Foiled again. Okay, so Asher's studying the letter. Mel opens the door, kicks the door open, comes in, sits down the laundry. So really this is one shot. I mean, it's 3 storyboard drawings, but it's actually just one. This whole sequence is really one shot. Then we cut to close up. And then he realizes Asher's like not even, I guess if you look closely right here, it looks like Asher glances back at him, but then his eyes go back to this document. So then so this is Mel's hands holding the laundry up, and then they kind of drop down, right? And he looks over at the paper. Seems like you have that thing memorized by now. And Asher says, I'm not sure. I'm not sure the king realizes that Golik is related to Tianara's mother. So, well, this arrangement gives Golik claim to the throne. Which I suspect was the entire point. Hey, I know, he says, when they ask if anyone objects to this marriage, speak up now or forever hold your peace. And you could just object to the wedding, and Asher jumps in and, Mel, this is important. Sorry. I must get a message to a confidant in the palace. Who? That's not important. But you just said it was important. Well, of course it's important. You don't need to know. In fact, the less you know, the better. And he explains there's a secret place and a person that he can get this to. I'm depending on you, Melchizedek. It's essential that this letter not fall into the wrong hands. So there you go. He sends Melchizedek off on the mission, and it's pretty cool because the second half of, well, really the second episode, I should say, which is part 2 of the pilot, starts right out with Mel going into the village and basically sneaking through, and then Monkey steals his bag, and on we go. So it all kind of marches forward pretty nicely, I would say. So yeah, once I get to this place here, I would think, taking a sip of my coffee, by the way, I would think that what's going to happen is I'm going to want to go back. Once I hit this midpoint where I can legitimately split this into 2 episodes, I'm going to want to go back and revisit some things about the beginning and see if they can be improved. There's actually some shots that definitely I would like to redo because I'm just not happy with the job I did. That's the bad news. The good news is, as I'm looking at this, this is kind of amazing actually. Yeah, this back half. Okay, so the second half of the first half has gone. I'm just, like I said, I'm thinking out loud here. This has gone remarkably quickly. That right there is about 2 weeks. It's like this is 2 weeks and this is 2 years. It's not quite that extreme, but I mean, I'm not joking. This is kind of a striking. To think that the spot where things really started looking satisfactory to me was almost fully half of this episode is is actually startling me a bit. So I want to look back over the first half of it, all this stuff, and look at shots that could maybe be improved and stuff. So there's going to be a bit of time there. So I would think, golly, it seems like I should probably be able to knock this thing out within a month, actually. And if I can do that and then maintain this pace, let's see here. Well, I mean, golly gee, this is only 2 days. So if that's 2 days, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and from there it's already done. So it would not be ridiculous. Let's just say I'm going to give a week to fixing things up. Okay? Because people have been asking me this. They're like, when are you going to release something, right? And I don't really know for sure. But based on what I'm seeing here, and I may eat my words, but it seems to me you're going to have about 3 days into finishing this first half out, a week into this, into just fix-ups. So say 10 days. And then what did I say? 12? 10, 12. So it actually would not be ridiculous. And then figure a couple weeks to deal with music and voices and stuff. So it might take a little longer on the score. But it seems to me that this should be able to be done-ish by certainly the end of January. And the crazy thing is that the second half might be ready by the end of February. So, let's see. We will see, people, but I'm going to try. Love my Cafe Bustelo. Okay, so let's get busy. Okay, we've got this wide shot. So the first thing we might as well do is scan back and see if we've got the backgrounds. And we do. Okay, so if we're going to use the wide shot, there's the wide shot. The background is right here. Okay, so shot 369 needs to get opened up immediately. File, open, 369, because we're going to reuse the background and potentially, okay, so now this is interesting. 369 does not have, I wonder if 369 was done in Tahoma. Let's find out. I could obviously search a little more fastidiously on the hard drive, but for the moment I'll just, okay, that doesn't exist, so where the heck is 369? Oh, wait, did I say, oh, I see, I looked at the wrong number. I'm a silly goose. So if this exists, which I'll bet it doesn't, it would be 349. And yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so that's fine. It's back here. Boom, boom. Okay, so there it is. 349. So this should be the wide shot. And indeed it is. Now, for this version of the shot, I would say, let's definitely bake this down. This is Tianara, I suppose. So let's bake this down. Control E, Control E. So that flattens that out. Golik is not in this shot, so let's just delete him. Looks like Tia is a group, so hopefully she moves in a way that is useful. Let's find out. And it doesn't look like she moves at all. That's interesting. So, and boy is that a wide shot. What is this, an effect with the shadows? Yes, kind of a tint from the window. So I would say this particular one, I'm going to go for it. I'm baking that down as well. This is who knows what. This is not useful. This we'll leave in there. Okay, so this needs to be saved as whatever it needs to be saved as. You better check your storyboard and find out in short order. 372. Hey, Steve Riggs. So this is gonna get saved as Boom. 372. And there it is. Now, before I save it, actually, I'm going to just copy that to the clipboard. Let me come back here. Probably it would be prudent I say, to come back here and smack the storyboard image into the Krita file so that it's saved. Otherwise, it's kind of gone forever when it gets saved over. So we come back here, drop this in, and well, let's very quickly do the usual routine. Oh boy, that doesn't seem to want to help at all. So, oh well. Well, I guess that did help, actually. Okay, we'll get rid of this and unsolo that, and now we can save this as 372.ping, and of course Krita will also offer to save it as a Krita file, which we definitely want to do. Okay, good. So now the mechanics of the very next shot is already done. Now there is an important, okay, what the heck did I just do? Push the wrong button, that's for sure. There is the question of the why did the storyboard image not get saved over? That's a little strange. So, yep, there's 372. Looks like Vegas. That's extremely. There we go. Yeah, Vegas just had to think for a minute. So that's cool. So now we're here, and things are flowing. The only caveat, though, however, is that when we left Tianara, as you can see, she was actually facing the other way. So let's just deal with that like ASAP. So we're just gonna. There's no animation in here, so I'm just gonna look at what this looks like if we flip her around. Not exactly. I mean, we're not really looking at her back. I think we could get away with this. Of course, the shadow's in the wrong position, but I think we could get away with this. So let's just do it this way. Let's cheat in the worst possible way. The worst. I'm just going to cut the shadow. You're going to say, man, dude, you are such a slop hog. I mean, and this, I'm going to mirror back this way again. Unfreaking believable. And I'm going to bake it in. I'm actually going to bake that in. And then I'm going to take the G key, like that, and sample, and just go ahead and say, hey, let's grab the right brush first, but let's just give her some harsh shadows here and allow the backlight to kind of, give us that nice contrast. And then we'll worry about what she says and does here shortly. Dig in the backlight. This can be turned off since we've really changed the... I'm going to put her in a group, change the pose, I was going to say. Alright, now what I'm going to do very, very simply here is I'm going to go Control-X, Control-V. I'm just going to put her head in a different layer. And that way we can animate it separately because it looks to me like her body's going to be sitting in one place. Okay, let's go back here. I'm just kind of plunging forward, really. Fala says to marry the prince. Well, it's quite an opportunity. We'll put the silhouette of Fala in the shot we're working on right now, but one thing at a time, friends. One thing at a time. Okay. Okay, I'm thinking about what a humph looks like. Let's give it a crack, folks. Let's give it a crack. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? Just because I can, I tell you what, I'm going to fill this in, and then I'm going to break her, break the upper part of her body as well, away from the lower. It may backfire. This is probably a good candidate for the old Tahoma plastic tool, but we will see. We will see. Okay, that I didn't like. That was a boo-boo. That was a boo-boo. I do think, though, that I would like a little bit of that harsher shadow right there. I can tell this is in curve mode. Yuck. Yuck. Curve mode is yucky. Yucky, I tell you. We'll go with that. That's fine. I would maybe like to lighten it up a bit. So here's the magic trick for that. This one right here, the similar color selection tool, should let us grab everywhere where we've got that particular color and just work with it, baby. Work with it a little bit. Yep. And I'm going to add that as a filter mask just so I can check and see if it's working. And it looks like it is, so with that I will flatten the layer. Boom. Okay. And then just because I want to be sweet and kind to Tianara, I'm going to come in here and soften up this edge just a little bit. Just a little bit. Feels just a tad harsh to me. So I'm going to just jump in with my oil paint-ish brush. Okay. Now, what did I say I was going to do? I said I was going to actually break her at the waist. And we'll see if that works or backfires. But what I mean by that is I'm going to go right here. I'm going to assume that her arms would stay in position. And then Control X, Control V. So now she's essentially in 3 pieces. Okay. So this is just a really quick preliminary work to prepare for what this scene's going to require. And of course, it's first thing in the morning, so I reserve the right to make all sorts of stupid mistakes too. So yesterday was an interesting learning experience because I spent that whole live stream in the morning, you know, a lot of time went into doing a pencil test, and I did feel like a fair amount of the work was me sitting there fighting the layers, you know, basically dancing between the pencil test and the individual layers. And that's what I mean, I'd have to go back and look at the video, but that's what the session felt like. It felt fairly laborious. This little technique here was so important. You just give it a little bit of a soft edge. Just sews the pieces together. And here, probably a little bit of the same thing. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Boom, 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 boom. And again, I reserve the right to discover that I've made a terrible, terrible mistake. Alright, so Tianara is now in 3 pieces. Why did I do that? Well, you'll see here in half a second. So I'm going to go here. This is her head. At some point, by the way, Zuko's going to start fussing over there, and I'm going to have to get him up. Upper bod. Lower bod. Okay, and I'm hitting solo just to make sure I didn't inadvertently name them wrong. Okay, now here I'm going to go Control Insert. This is kind of important. These 3 pieces all need to have a keyframe. Okay, so I'm going, huh. I mean, like, literally, I'm sitting here going, huh, to see what that feels like. And what it feels like would happen is the upper body goes like this, kind of jerks back. And I'm going to just work with that. Okay. And then I'm going to just put it back. Now the head's a little different. Now again, this might not work, and I'm probably going to have to do some serious patching up, but here's the head. Now what would happen with the head is it would also jerk back, but it would be forward, and then it would catch up. Oops. I want to be here. So the head, so the body snaps back, and then the head lags behind. I think. Huh. Okay, that didn't work. I want to look at why. This is again probably a good use of the plastic tool. Okay, is it, so what I'm looking at, I need to cover this with my hand because I'm wondering if it's only looking wrong because of this here. This is going to be easy to fix, so I don't really want to see that. What I'm concerned about is this area here. Does this look like somebody kind of jerking and going, huh, like, yeah, yeah, right, you know, that kind of thing. So I'm just going to look at that. And it doesn't because this is, okay, I see what I did. Okay, my bad. I tried to anchor this down here and I missed. So this is where having a dummy layer that I overlap probably would be smart, but let me see if this looks right. It actually, something like this, I never thought about this before, but it really helps to just zoom in so that you can't see anything else that's telling you it looks bad. Get this right. Yeah, see, that's what I wanted. See, that's what I wanted. Again, this is easy to fix. That's just a little bit of paint work. Okay, so now let's look at what happens up here. Okay, yeah, so here, again, I don't know if this is going to work, folks, but I'm going to try. The head, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, see how the head lags? That's what I wanted. And then the next head key, it comes up again. Huh. Okay, and then of course the body came back, which is stupid, so the head would have to come back as well. Let's see what that looks like. Huh. Okay, I don't think the return makes sense, so I'm just going to take those keys out. Gone. Okay, now let's just do some quick and dirty cartooning, shall we? I'm just going to use, I think I'll use, yeah, probably. Let me just see if the lines look about right. They do, so, all right. Whoops. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of squeeze this in. Actually, let's, I'm just animating, I'm just animating, not pose to pose here, but straight ahead. I'm just going to go with what's feeling right and just doodle it in. Here, yeah, I mean, this is optional. I mean, it's one frame, so you're probably not going to notice this anyway, but what the heck. As long as we're here, let's kind of allow this tween to happen. So I'll just kind of go like this. Huh. Boom. Okay, right there. Alright. Got to get some green in there. This is a really wide shot, so this does not have to look particularly, you know, photorealistic. Okay, yeah, but having done that, I would say we want to really get this. Come on, a little darker there, folks, a little darker. Okay. Boom. Okay, so now there's actually very little fixing up that needs to be done here. You could argue that maybe, I mean, let's look at it this way. Here's her lower body. So, okay, you're going to say, well, wait a minute, what about her hands? Okay, well, let's play that game. We'll go down here and we'll just liquefy just so that when there's this little jerk, we can just do a little thing there. Just a little thing. There's just got to be something that happens. And I'm going to go in even tighter and just tighten those up. Just so there's something. And I didn't like that. That looks fake because of the, it looks better if they don't move, in my opinion. So, and besides, this is what you're going to be looking at anyway. You're not going to be thinking about how her arms reacted. So, let me see. Yeah, the fix-up really needs to happen here. So right there, let's just go in and touchy. So G key, boom. I'm just gonna sweeten these lines up a bit. and maybe tighten up this little transition area there, and hit the eraser to chisel that back out. Hit the B key and tighten up that outline. Here, we probably can, I think we're in good shape here. Okay, so a little bit of outline delineation there. Okay, and of course, I was on the wrong frame, so. Okay, and I could totally see maybe a little bit of wrinkle action. Whoops, I didn't like that second one. A little bit of wrinkle action as well. That helps drive home the continuity. That's a little too much there, buddy. These little lines actually help a ton. You know, you can go smack back over top of it, and it really helps. You use these little lines to just trick the eye into feeling that the motion happened. So then we got this line here. Well, let's just move it maybe up to there a little bit, and so we're stretching it. So it's kind of holding its form here, but spreading out down here. That sort of stuff is really useful. Okay. Very useful indeed. Boom. Okay, so her eyes pop open, and again, this is actual size. So what I think I'd like to do is when we get to here, this is where having everything baked together does hurt a bit, because what I really need to do right now is go to the head, add a dummy layer. Let's go back to the beginning of the dummy layer and insert a blank keyframe. And so what I want to do is I'm just going to do a patch right here to fix her stupid looking chin. Okay. Excuse me. And since she stopped moving, we'll go ahead and tighten that up. And I would say that's probably fine. So I'm just going to hit Control E and bake that down into the head layer. Now the other thing worth considering for sure would be a shadow layer, which will also help sew everything together. So let's just do that. Let's come back here. We'll start simple. So I'm going to hit the G key and looking to see, by the way, if there's any comments or questions. Okay, so I had mentioned yesterday that the changes I made to OBS made it so there's a slight delay in the stream, but what happens is if OBS disconnects, which it has a few times, by the way. Okay, that's not what I just did. Was not what I was supposed to be doing. I was supposed to be doing this. Okay, so if OBS disconnects while it's thinking and reconnecting, it actually is buffering the video in memory. And so then what happens is when it reconnects, it continues spewing out the stream to YouTube, beginning with the buffer. So what happens is over the course of an hour or two, the buffer, if OBS disconnects a few times, the buffer just gets a little bit longer and a little bit longer. So like right now, the delay, what you're hearing me say right now, I actually said 6 seconds ago. So it's not too bad. I mean, it's just a little bit of a delay. I'm going to just let that sneak in like that. I just want to see if, what I'm trying to see here is, can I do a single shadow that works for the whole shot, regardless of what position TNR is in. And one of the key things I wanted to do is get a shadow here over her face a little bit. So now I'm going to, if I don't put in keyframes, I think the solution actually is I'm going to go to her head here, and I'm actually going to bake in a shadow in the head layer right here like this. Yeah. and then maybe that there, just on that tween. And then when she gets to that position, she's actually under the shadow, so then it doesn't matter. Okay, cool. There is one thing I definitely would like to fix, though. Yeah. Dave, what the heck were you thinking? Boom. Okay. I think the opacity might need to be cranked if I'm going to make that work. Yep. Boom. And boom. Okay, now this is the big step. That's... Okay, so she says, alright, I'm going to go ahead and take her beautiful face and erase her mouth. And we're going to create a layer called mouth, and I'm just rocking and rolling. I'm forging ahead with lip sync. So I'm going to let her kind of open her mouth somewhat wide-ish here, folks, because it needs to be very evident that she's speaking. Again, this is a really wide shot. Alright, the mouth, typically I do the mouth black. In this case, I think I could just use the brush instead of... Well, there it is. Actually, that's the freehand path tool. I didn't even realize I was on the freehand path tool. So now we'll go like this. She says that's, and I'm just going to, again, make this even bigger. Let's zip out to actual size, and I would say it needs to be a little lighter. Okay. That's what... I'm going to put these closer together. Everyone says insert a key, hit the B key. I think we're done with the shot other than sticking TNR in there. Boy, that was quick. How'd we do? Live streaming for 43 minutes, so not horrible, since that also includes kind of reviewing the work for today. So let me see here. Let's go to 52, save this, and I'm going to just go ahead and render it and cut it into the show, and then we'll add Fala in the foreground as a silhouette, and the shot will be done. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. Now, it's not a super long shot. It's going to be about 6 seconds. But, what is this? This is 372, so I'm going to go up here on my other screen just because it's easier to read. And render that. Okay, let's jump back here. Get this baby into the show. Gonna delete. Let's select this in the media pool. Boom. Now we'll delete it actually. Then we're gonna go here, and we're gonna load up shot 372. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. 8 frames a second. As per usual. Let's grab this, turn off resampling, push that over, and see what we have. Okay, little editing thing here. Okay, I want to check my dialogue. There's one thing I was a little fuzzy on. Okay, she said you might as well look at the bright side. Let me double check that. Oh, yes. You might as well look at the bright side. To marry the prince is a great opportunity. Okay. I'm going to leave that line of dialogue in there. So what that means is that this needs a lead in. Yep, I like the blink. And then immediately after she blinks, we need to leave this shot. Boom. Because she's got dialogue over the top. Okay, so what am I trying to say here? She says to marry the prince is, what is it? Is quite an opportunity. Okay, to marry the prince is quite an opportunity. Boom. Okay, so how long is that? That is about 2 seconds. Okay, so we need to come back here to Krita, and we need to go to the beginning here, all the frames, and we need to insert 2 seconds. So what we're going to do is we're going to go keyframe, insert keyframes, insert multiple keyframes. The number of frames is going to be 16, starting frame timing. Why would they have frame timing? Probably, I guess we'll insert multiple keyframes. So the number of frames at this point, of course, would be 15. I have no idea what they mean by frame timing. Why would you have, there we go, that's what I wanted. Okay. So now that's not really right. What I really wanted to do is just insert time, not keyframes specifically. So I'm going to just delete all those and take this whole batch, and they need to all be moved back to here. To marry the prince is quite an opportunity. Huh. That's what everyone says. Okay. To marry the prince is quite an opportunity. Yeah, she needs a little bit more of a delay. So just because I don't want to fight with Krita, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do this the hard way. Well, okay. Insert hold frames. That's probably what I actually wanted. Hold frames. Insert multiple hold frames. Let's just do 4. We'll insert a half a second. Yep, that's what we wanted. Okay, sorry about that. Quite an opportunity. Okay, that's perfect. All right, and this is 52. I think 52 will be okay because we're going to be jumping to a close-up, I believe, here on TNR. So, boom, boom. We'll re-render that, and it should time out about perfectly. Perfectly, I say. Okay, here we go. Oh, yes. You might as well look at the bright side. To marry the king is quite an opportunity. That's what everyone says. Okay. She doesn't say marry the king. She says marry the prince, by the way, but I can't multitask very well, so I kinged when I should have princed. Maybe it's time for a sip of my wonderful Cafe Bustelo morning coffee. And I'll horrify you all by letting you see me take a sip of my coffee. I'm sitting here all cozy, having nothing but fun, sipping my Cafe Bustelo. It's delightful. Wonderful. Okay, so that was about as ugly as it gets. Can you believe I've got that stupid hoodie on? Yeah, it's just a little chilly. It got really, really cold last night. So it's like the house is a little on the cool side. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just bundling up, baby. I'm bundling up. Let the house warm up a bit. Okay. Alright, so the only thing missing here, obviously, is, voila. Let's cheat. Okay, now, from the prior perspective, this is where we may be crossing the, I forget what the actual term is, but this, if TNR is on the right and follows on the left, then when we switch to the wide shot, I guess actually it would be correct, so call it a dyslexia moment. I was inclined to think that because she's turned this way, that she would be on this side, but actually it would make more sense for her to be on this side anyway. So it actually turns out that what will look better is also what works better. Okay, one question. This is where the anemic animation tools in Krita are a bit of a bummer, because what I really want to do is take her entire group and move it to the right. But if I do that, I'm going to have to do it. I mean, I could do it as a, let's do a transform mask and just see how it goes. All right, so we'll add a transform mask, and we're not going to get fancy schmancy here. All we're going to do is just take her and just go like this. Okay, just move her a little bit, and hopefully that will be no big deal. Okay, it looked like there was a little hiccup there, but it might have been because I pressed a button. Okay, I think that's fine. Obviously the background image needs a little tweakage to make it work, so let's get Fala in there, make sure that the composition's looking pretty balanced, and if so, then we will kind of commit to it. So G key, what does Fala look like from behind is obviously the question. She's fairly heavy-ish, not mega heavy-ish, but, and I think I'm gonna kind of sell the idea that she has her hands behind her back, sort of respectfully. I don't know if that really makes all the sense in the world. Nah, I don't really like that. I'm gonna go like that. I like that a lot, actually. Okay, so now there's Fala. She's kind of, her back is arched a little bit, and I like that body language as well. So let's just push the, yep, I think so. Let's try it like this. Yeah, we're going to definitely have to go to the low end here, so we'll reset that and just raise this up. And then the question is, do we want to I'm going to save that as a filter mask so I can see what's going on here. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. That should definitely be below Fala. And could we get away with it being below Tianara as well? I think we could. Well, but it can't be below the background. Obviously. Obviously. So now I want to solo this layer and see how dense those lines are. They're not completely like majorly dense, so I guess I'm going to have to be a little careful fixing up these lines. This is kind of stupid looking. So I'm just going to go like this. For this shot, I think that's all we need. Now, as I recall, I think this shot gets used again one more time, but I'm not certain of that. So I'm going to go File, Save, and the point I was getting at with the filter mask is that if we go back here and hit Properties, we can go into the filter mask and make any changes anytime we want. So what I wanted to see is, what if we add a little bit of blue? Ooh, that doesn't work at all. But let's just try. Let's do it this way. Let's go ahead and crank the blue. Let's give it some tonality. But then let's go into the hue and just rotate it around and see if there's any shadow tint that actually looks pretty good. Her garments are fundamentally blue-ish. I believe they were, weren't they? No? Yeah, they were pink. Okay, so they were a pink shade of blue. How the hell do I just don't understand how I can get so off the rails. I just don't know how I do it. But by gum, I seem to do it. So so all we really need is just a little something. Okay? Very, very little. Actually, I almost think that's probably to give any hint of the local color of her clothing actually makes no sense at all. But I would say that's too dense, so we'll go with that. We'll go with that, and I'm going to actually modify it even a little bit more here on the RGBA. I think it still does need to be a little darker. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. I like that a lot. All right, let's Control E. No, oh yeah, I guess that did work. But did that? Hold on a second. I think we might have a problem here. Hit the Z key. Yeah, you got to be careful. If all you have is a layer and one filter mask, if you hit Control E, it actually will bake down to the layer below. What you really wanted to do here was flatten the layer, not merge with layer below. So, sorry about that. Why, that was almost an unmitigated disaster. Okay, it looks to me like there might be a hiccup though with TNR. Nope, we're looking good. All I want to do is, she says, that's what everybody says. Boom, right there, I'm really wanting to see a head turn. So let's go to the head layer, and I suspect that we could put in 2 keyframes here. This is obviously not really right. I'm going to stretch this out kind of a lot because we're actually going to be cutting away while this little change in orientation happens. So this is almost unimportant. What time is it, by the way? 8:22. Yeah, I'm going to have to get Zuko up pretty soon. The little stinker is going to be starting to get fussy. He's going to get fussy, I tell you. What he'll really do is he'll start singing, "Good morning, good morning, good morning." Okay. Now I'm just going to do a stretch. Just a little move as a slow out, and then this is, I'm going to motion blur actually I'm not even going to keep that. Well, probably from a distance this actually looks pretty good. So why don't we do it this way? Let's just go like that. See what we can get away with. And now let me just see. Okay, other than right here, we need to kind of compensate back for that. Okay, so you're horrified right now because it looks so bad, and believe me, I know it looks bad. That's not what I want. I didn't want lens blur. I wanted motion blur. Motion blur is directional, and probably in this case because it's such a wide shot. Okay, I'm gonna run with that, and we'll see. Because what I suspect is going to happen, we're going to be literally cutting away from her on this frame. So it's just giving us a transition to the next shot is all. So, all right, so that's 60, which is going to present a little tiny incy-wincy problem. I need to reinsert this because, actually, let me check this. If we go to the media properties, yeah, we really don't have a way to edit. Well, maybe we do. Maybe we do. I've never actually, in 20 years, I've never done this. Yes, I am going to change this. Can I type over this? Nope, you can't type over it. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so what I have to do is delete the image sequence, clean the media pool so it's completely out of there, and re-import it because the length of the image sequence is too short. It's 52 instead of 60, and that's a little deficiency that's been in Vegas for all these years, is there's really not a way to go back in and change the length of an image sequence. It'd be much easier to do in, say, Blender. Okay, so now again, let me look at this. best full. I wonder if I get to see her. Yeah, so at full size, this is the size it will actually be if it was on a screen playing, you know, full HD. So actually, it looks pretty good, other than the fact that the motion blur looks pretty stupid actually. So because it's all happening too slowly. So I'm gonna undo that and re-render. I'm gonna take that motion blur out. And the chat is quite anemic this morning, which is fine. It's probably best that I'm focused on getting my work done. It appears to me that I've been streaming for 1 hour. Okay. So this is somewhat indicative of what I've been experiencing lately. This, I mean, a 7-second shot in 1 hour? Not too bad. What I really need to do is get about 5 seconds done per hour. If I can get 5 seconds per hour on average, that comes out to 48 days to do an entire 24-minute episode. Right? Which means you have an animator question. Okay, so the pragmatic animator question is, do I want to have her head turn here, or do I want to have it in the close-up? And the obvious pragmatic animator answer is, of course I want it here. Because the wider shot is more forgiving, and that would allow me to just cut straight to the close-up and not have to do any animation and just go straight to voiceover. Duh. So clearly that's the better choice. Alright, quick recap. Let's go back to the beginning of the shot with TNR in prison. Golly, I can't believe it goes back this far. It's pretty amazing. And I also want to look at where I'm at in my timing, because I'm getting itchy here, folks. I'm starting to feel the bug where it's like, okay, I'm not that far from the end of this episode, if you consider the first half to be one full episode. But yeah, the last 2 days in a row may be the first 2 days since I've been doing animation on YouTube where I've actually gotten myself to the point of doing what I've set out to do all along, which is to consistently deliver 30 seconds of finished animation in a day. Hey, Amar. So your 5 seconds is only 40 frames or less. And hello. When you refer to the 5 seconds, are you referring to the stream delay? Right now, because of the occasional dropout, the stream delay is 10 seconds, which means what you're hearing right now, I said 10 seconds ago. Which is not a bad delay. I mean, for a... Oh, you're doing a stream this morning? Okay, cool. Yeah, and I don't want to step on anyone's toes particularly. Darren sent me a message letting me know when he was streaming, and I think it might have been this morning. I should check my messages. Streaming again on Sunday. Okay. So he's working on the Bugs Bunny thing. Oh, you're talking about the animation. Yeah, I mean, like I said, okay, so 40 frames or less. Well, correct, exactly. Exactly. That's the other thing I do like, I must say, about working at 8 frames a second is I can fit 15 full seconds of show very comfortably in the timeline, which is pretty cool. But yeah, this shot, I mean, there's actual size. So this is what the audience would see. And I really like the silhouette of Fala because you could really, your eye will trick you. You could see it both ways. I could see this being her spine right here, curving back, and then this is the back of her head. Or I could see her spine curving. She could actually be her body angled this way. In other words, this shoulder is closer to you as the audience, and her spine goes like this, and then her neck would go up this way. So her head is actually turned, looking at Tianara, but her shoulders are oriented so this one's closer. You could see it that way, or you could see it as the camera's pointing down and this shoulder's closer to you and her arch goes this way. It works no matter how your brain tricks you into thinking you see it, for what that's worth. Okay, I got to get Zuko up. Yeah, 240 frames. If you want to think of it as frames, that's correct. So today, so far, I did not do this. So yeah, so far today, we're 7 seconds of animation in an hour. And, you know, I mean, I spent the first little time, you know, just reviewing what I did yesterday too. So I expect things to move right along. I've got to, it does slow me down considerably when I have to do background paintings, but this background painting, these two, I don't remember, but it seems to me these two paintings were done, both of them, in about 2 hours total, I think. I can't really remember, but okay, I'll be back in a bit. I got to go get Zuko out of bed. Here. I gotta put on my headphones. Oh, Zuko wants to say hello to the folks at home, so I'm gonna switch to my Zuko cam. To the Zuko cam. You ready, Zuko? Okay, Zuko, say hello to the good folks at home. Say hello, Zuko. He's not saying hello. Zuko? Let me see if he'll do this. I wonder if he'll actually do this right now. I'm going to try this. I've never done this with one hand, okay? But we'll see. Zuko? Zuko? Zuko, where are you? Where are you, Zuko? Zuko, where are you? Oh, time's up. Looks like he doesn't want to do it. Normally I cover my eyes with both hands, you know, completely. And he'll go, peekaboo. Don't you, Zuko? All right, give me a kiss. Good boy. All right, we're going to get you over here on the play set and switch off the Zuko cam. Boom. Okay, so actually I'm going to take this hoodie off too, and then I'll be getting back to work. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Zuko actually has an extensive vocabulary. He says he gets, in fact, if we go over in the dining room area and just sit where he can't really see us that well, oh my gosh, he'll start chattering because he wants to be part of the conversation. But yeah. By the way, there is a mistake. I see a mistake. I forgot to turn that back on, which definitely balances out the shot. So I'm gonna hit save and re-render, and then we move on to the close-up. So, and that should go pretty quickly. That's all just eyes and mouths for the most part. So there's that. We're back in business here, and she says that's what everybody says. And then she turns her head, and then we switch to the close-up. Okay. With the caveat that we want to make sure we kind of sort of match that position. So here we've got, this is actually probably the right, it's the wrong attitude, but it's kind of the right anatomy. Let's do it. So here's what we're going to do. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be 373. So let's do it this way. I'm going to take Fala out. Actually, let me check something here. Maybe 373. All right. Let's save this one. I'm going to actually save this as 373. Sorry. After I drag this into it. So, as a new layer, we'll put this up top. Take this one out because that was the storyboard image from the last scene, and I'm going to save this as 373. So what we're going to do is we're going to chop to a close-up here and modify everything accordingly. So basically most of all this is useless. Therefore, I'm going to bake this down. Boom. Okay, so now I've just taken that entire layer and baked it down, and I'm just going to, all I want is this image. This is kind of typical practice for me. So the only reason I'm actually using this shot as a starting point when we're going to be cutting to a close-up is the fact that we've got the background and we've got Fala in here already. So we might as well use them. How you doing back there, Zuko? Looks like he's doing all right. A key, free transform. I'm just going to ballpark this. Something like that, where we maybe are going to get just a tiny hint of that wall behind her. Okay. And that feels like it's a bit high. And actually stop everything. Stop everything. There's a mistake. Sorry guys. My bad. I copied over the wrong frame. Okay. Now we're sitting pretty. Now we're sitting pretty. Say. Okay, so what if we were going to actually make this shot work? Let's pretend we're going to get our close-up from elsewhere. And so I'm just going to check some stuff here. The shadows, these shadows, yeah, we're baking them in. Okay, so let's save this. So what we're going to do is reframe the shot completely as if we were just going to match the storyboard. Okay? And pretty much that's it. That's her pose. Now if we take that, sorry, we want to go back to Vegas, and we look at this shot, we're like, okay, yeah, I guess that kind of is the same girl, isn't it? Okay. So let's just kind of anchor her on the rule of thirds. Let's see what we would do with Fala if we were going to try to make this work. Probably something like that, I should think. I may squeeze her in just a little bit and say, okay, yeah, it definitely doesn't look good yet, and that's because the background is completely wrong. Completely, I say. That feels like it might be about right. Okay, it's having to really think about resizing, so it's time to take a drink of coffee. Well, MB1, the answer is I haven't been because I'm so busy working. So, sorry, sorry, brother. Hello, are you reading chat, bro? And he says, oh, you're not reading my chat? You're not giving... So, MB1 is saying, if you're not going to stop everything you're doing and give attention to me, why I'm not sticking around. Okay. I respectfully acknowledge that I blew it, and I apologize for that, but it's certainly your prerogative to get pissed off and take your ball and go home. That's cool. That is your prerogative, my friend. So, apparently MB1 didn't get attention from me quick enough. I gotta tell you guys, you know what? That right there, what you see in the chat, this is the first time ever that has happened. I've never had that happen before, where somebody's come along and wasn't apparently that interested in the content, because it's not like MB1 didn't ask a question that has anything to do with animation or anything like that. So clearly MB1 showed up specifically for the chat. That's very interesting. I don't know that I've ever had a single person ever do that before. So, you live and learn. It can happen. So it's kind of like, wow, okay. Okay, that's what we're going to do today. Okay, that's what we're doing. If you're not going to talk to me, I'm leaving. Can you? That's actually really, really, really funny. Because to think about it, what if I was actually popular? Okay, what if I had, 8,000 people in the chat? No one would be expecting, any kind of interaction with the guy who's live streaming. Oh my gosh, it really makes you wonder, like, what? I think I'm going to be laughing about that one for a while. That's funny. Well, maybe MB1 is really not gone, or maybe MB1 will come back and we'll all be friends again. Oh, that is funny. Okay, okay, so this shot, we're going to have to look at how we're going to do this. We've got shadow, hair. My question actually is, where is her mouth? And it looks like the mouth is baked in. So really, this is what we have, is these two. So I would say the course of action here, since the background's completely different, and we don't want that, we're going to delete that, and we're going to go ahead and bake this down. We're going to flatten this layer, merge the group, I should say. Okay, and now what we're going to do is we're going to copy this layer over here into this scene. And we're going to paste the layer. Copying layers is inherently unstable in my experience, so just to be safe, I'm going to go ahead and save everything. Okay, and then this is basically useless at this point, so we don't need to keep that open. Sorry guys, I'm still laughing about MB1. I mean, the truth is, I do actually feel bad. I'm kind of sorry that I committed the sin of going for a whole, few minutes without looking at the chat. Okay, so it's not as if this mouth shape matters, so I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to just go, bam. So, by the way, if you guys have an opinion about that, maybe maybe that'll be the topic of discussion today, is how important is it to make sure you're looking at your chat so you don't piss off the newcomers when they come wanting some serious attention. Am I wrong to think that's a little bit silly? I'm very seriously curious about your guys' opinion on that. Because that is cracking me up. I've never had that happen before. Talk to me. If you're not talking to me, I'm leaving. The more I think about it, the crazier it is. All right. The reason I ask if that's wrong is because I'm curious if anybody is like, it's like, well, no, Dave, you're being a little insensitive here. You really need to be a little more sensitive. Or maybe there's some aspect of this that I'm missing completely, where I maybe there's something about this that's completely escaped me, and I'm not even reading the situation correctly. I always assume that is a possibility. I'm not joking. So maybe I'm missing something here. I guess I should I should be thankful to MB1 because nothing has happened on this YouTube channel that's made me crack me up laughing in the last 2 years as much as that did. Oh my gosh, that is funny. Okay. All right, so now now what I'm going to do, I better time out her voiceover. So she says, that's when anyone says, okay, I'm going to actually put this, I'm going to put in a couple camera. I don't normally do this, but I want to be able to go back and look at the show and remember in the show exactly what I did. I know, you're right, Amar. So like I said, I feel bad. But I do actually check the chat reasonably often, so there couldn't have been even 5 minutes. I mean, there couldn't have been 5 minutes where I was completely like disengaged because I was really focused on the work. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, folks. I don't know. Transition, I say. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely some interesting acting gonna go down here. Okay, so she says, my freedom for their opportunity. Okay, so this is not too far off. I think that's 5 seconds. No, that's not 5 seconds. It's 3:08. I'm gonna say about 4 or so. My freedom for their opportunity. Boom. So yeah, I think 4 seconds. So probably about 32 frames would do the trick. 32 frames. And this is, again, 373. Saving this. Control R. Let's actually do this. Let's make it 40 frames just to... I've had it happen a few times here where it's turned out I've needed a little more time. So 373. There it is. So hang on, I'll get to your messages here in half a second, Amar. Well, the other problem is that there is a delay in the stream. At this point, the stream delay is only 10 seconds, though. So, okay, well, social media is about engagement, especially since most people that is a lot of people get their engagement from. Yeah, especially younger people. I mean, I would guess that MB1 is probably a relatively young person. Gets way worse on larger streams where you've got a lot of younger people attend the stream or hypersensitive adults. I tend to repost a question if I post on a busy stream. Yeah, well, I've had that happen on busy streams. I'll post a question and you know, it's kind of like a snowball's chance in you know, heck, that it'll get answered. But you say, well, maybe if I post it twice. I think most people that act that way never have live streamed before. You mean be quick to take their ball and go home, or do you mean me as the live streamer not having the experience to pay more close attention to the chat? I don't know. It's all opinion. At the end of the day, you know, it's obviously my prerogative to do whatever the hell I want to do on my own channel. And as you guys know, the whole reason I created the channel in the form that I created it is just to document the process, really. But I have found, you know, I only started live streaming about a month ago, actually. I mean, I had live streamed occasionally, but mostly it was all just posted videos. And I just decided, kind of for my own benefit, actually, I was like, you know what? If I document this process by just essentially turning on the live stream whenever I'm working, it kind of makes me accountable to be working, for one thing. Okay, so a little color correction might not be too shabby here on TNR, for sure. Let's do it. Inio-san, hey! And Music Max, I wanted to understand the funny moment, but listening to English is very bad. Well, Music Max, just so you know, the funny moment, if you look at the chat, just a few messages up, somebody showed up, said hello, as you can see, and then they put a smiley, and then they said, "Are you reading the chat, bro?" And then they left. And I looked up and I saw that, and I'm like, I just couldn't believe it. I've never had that happen where somebody showed up and because they didn't get attention, they just took their ball and went home, which I just never seen that happen before. To me, it's pretty funny. Um, Pretty funny. And multitasking is definitely not my specialty. Oh my gosh, I'm the worst at multitasking. I am utterly incapable of multitasking. So I'm going to create that as a filter mask so I can change my mind, but I think that'll probably... What I'm doing is making a little color correction to TNR so that she's going to sit in the mix nicely with the prior shot. So there you go. So yeah, she can be a little lighter here. That's okay, but the change that we saw a minute ago was just, yeah, too extreme. And now you could argue that technically there should be a greater distance with the window. But at that point, it means taking the window out of the shot entirely. So I'm thinking that the lesser of two evils is to leave it in there. So them to leave the chat quickly. Yeah. Well, what I'm really curious about actually, Amar, is I actually would love to know what the timestamp on those messages is. I'm very curious how long it took for that person to get upset and leave. Because I swear it couldn't have been only a couple minutes. But I know I was pretty focused on figuring out what I'm going to do with this shot right here. So, which by the way, we need to go ahead and get the get the lip sync in there. So at this point, yeah, I mean, how long have we been streaming? I've been streaming for an hour and a half. So at this point, it looks to me like if I can get this shot done, that would be pretty good timing, actually. If I can get it done in a half hour, which I'm pretty darn sure I can, then that would be almost 15 seconds of show in 2 hours. So we're looking pretty good. It's not all about being fast. It used to be for me, I must say. But because then your focus is not where it needs to be, which truly is on quality. But it is nice to be able to look at what you've done and go, whoa, you know, we're moving along pretty good. I may show for him until Max watches the replay. Yeah, do it. Do it, Amar. Play it out, buddy. I assume that's what you mean. You're going to like recap the same thing and say, hello? Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? Is anyone there? Click. That's pretty much what happened. Okay, so there's Tia. Alright, and then what we're going to do here is going to be kind of fun. What we're going to do is we're going to give it that half-second gap, and then we're going to do a multiplicity of keyframes. Okay? So let's just go, and I think the best way to do it in this particular case is, actually, we'll do it like this. I'm gonna cut under her eyebrow, but try to get a fair amount of skin above. Okay? And that way, I can go like this. This one, probably this one. Yeah, you're right. I never thought about that. That didn't occur to me that it could be a bot. I guess it could be, though. It could be that was not even a real person. I know I've had, and Darren had mentioned he gets the same thing on his channel. It's become routine for these YouTube channels that are obviously bots that are they'll post a comment that's just stupid, you know, want to be my girlfriend, that type of thing. And you know, you go, okay, I'm really curious about who this is. So I go to their channel to see, like, what is this? And it'll be one video of, like, a girl dancing around or something, you know, kind of getting jiggy with it, but not actually, obviously, showing anything, because if they did, that would be off of YouTube in a hurry. And But I don't, I'm sure those aren't actually channels. I mean, they're not real people. I mean, so the question for me is, what is the freaking point? Like, why? What's the business plan here? Because there's got to be some kind of business model where if you apparently responded in some way, that's going to turn at some point into some revenue stream, I would guess. I don't know. I don't know. If anybody knows about that, feel free to chime in with some information, because I find it all, don't understand it. Okay, and why don't we, as long as we're here, I'm gonna curve the screen around so I can really nail this selection. Okay, so right there it looks like we just had another disconnect, and so what that means is that there's a little bit longer delay in the stream. So right now, just so you know, I'm gonna actually, to be smart, I'm gonna put this on the next frame. That way I can always compress it and reduce the number of keyframes. Okay. So Amar, sometimes they could be like bots that are really young and are the same people who pop in a video to say first or second. I've only had a couple people do that, and I didn't chase down who they were or anything, but it seems to me that for whatever reason, I assumed that they were real people, or maybe there was something there that led me to know that they were, but I just assumed it, actually, if the truth be known, because I'm just not that smart. Yeah, that feels pretty good. That feels pretty good. Now let's get the lip sync in there. So we'll go with, since we've got Tia all baked together, we'll just put in a mouth layer, M-O-U-T-H. And instead of making it black, I'm going to just bring it off black a little bit, and then we'll see if we need to modify it. Okay, so on the mouth layer, let's insert a key, and we'll start by alright, insert, go to the G key, let me see, her line is my freedom for okay, so that really needs to be there. My freedom for their opportunity. So that's open. Okay, so she says, my freedom for their opportunity. I'll take it. I'll take it. Again, it's anime style. Now, question. Her eyes are probably in the wrong position. So, because she's baked down, gotta be a little careful here. Her eyes don't really change position, so we can fix this pretty readily. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's go in here real tight, real close. And what I'm gonna do is actually just grab the iris and pupil and actually just cut them into a different layer. And to make life easy, I'll do that with both of them. Control E, Control E. So here's the eyes. We'll just call them I1 and I2, just so I don't forget. What the heck are those layers there? What are they? Okay, so now we come back to Tia. And what we're going to do is, we might be able to get away with doing it with the freehand path tool, so we'll give that a crack and see how it goes. Okay. Alright, so actually, rather than do that, why don't we add yet another dummy layer? Add a dummy layer. So we will, I need to turn these off, obviously. So I'm going to blank out her eyes, and then let's keyframe that. Because then, right here, actually here, we're going to have to erase a little bit back out of it, right? Like so. There we go. That looks pretty good. Let's probably, no, we don't want to do that. Okay, so let's hit the N key, and there we go. Okay, so now this can be baked down to the Tia layer. Boom, Control E. So now those eyes are baked in. But we still have the eyes up here. Except we don't. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Oh, I see. We've got keyframes. Duh. Okay. Okay. All we need is the one anyway, so I'm going to just turn this off. I'll just delete that one. I only need one anyway. It's kind of a, just to serve as a guide. Okay. So what I'm going to do is take this little dinky thing and just change its position to there so that it looks like she's looking at Fala. Okay? Before we get too far, let's paint this out. And then we'll duplicate this frame or this pose, drag this one over here, and there you see it's pretty easy to sort of get the positioning dialed in. I would say this one should probably go a little bit north, and then let's erase just a little bit out of these two. So I'm going to hit the B key. Sorry, I've got to hit enter after I move this. Let's kind of back up and see if she's looking in the right direction, and then we're going to hit the B key in erase mode and just take a little bit off the top, as we like to say. A little off the top. There. Now the question is, when her eyes squint, does it still work? And it does. Okay. Excuse me. All right, so I believe this shot is actually done. I'm just gonna render it and see how it cuts into the show. So my half hour that I had to finish this shot actually took 10 minutes. Okay, that's good. We're smoking. We are smoking. We've done 12 minutes of show in an hour and 41 minutes, which is not even freaking supposed to be possible. Look at that. That's looking good. I'm going to zap back here and just look at this. So the biggest problem we have in this whole sequence really is that Fala's characterization changes a bit. There's a correction that needs to happen on that close-up. But Fala's characterization changes a bit from the wide shot to the close. And that's a legitimate complaint that I'm probably going to fix another day. Love that animation with the hair. Stole that, actually, from the Little Mermaid. There's a shot where Ariel kind of sighs and blows her hair. I thought, you know what? That's a cool expression that matches what we're trying to do right here. Let's just kind of do a little homage to the Little Mermaid. That's what everyone says. My freedom for their opportunity. Man, I am really liking this. Except there's one problem with this. Where did the shadows go? Houston, we have a problem. We're going to have to go back and fix that like right now. That is not right. Something's wrong in number 368. So hopefully I didn't save the darn thing without the tweaks. But that's okay. the world will keep on turning. This shot is essentially done. So let's go back to, what was it, 368, I think? Oops. Can we see that as a CRAW file? Probably not. Let's open 368.ping.craw. I think that's the one. Taking a chance here, taking a chance. Yep, that's it. Okay, yes, this is the problem right there. Those guys are supposed to be in there. Now, if you compare these two shots, clearly we've got a very rich contrast here, and this is pretty much a lot more muted. Not really sure I'm loving that. It's not the end of the world, not the end of the world. But I'm going to duplicate her layer in overlay mode and maybe dial that in a little bit. Methinks yes. And then one might wonder how harsh we should be with these shadows, and I'm thinking something more like that. Okay, so 368 will get re-rendered like right now, and that problem is fixed. I better again put this up on the other screen so I can see what the heck I'm doing. 368. Guys, we are really cruising along here. Boom. Render. So, nothing going on in the chat, which I am checking, which is really bad for MB1, who might in fact be a bot. MB1 probably stands for something bot 1. Yeah, it's probably a bot. Probably a bot. Probably not even a real person. You just never know. For all you guys know, I'm a bot. I'm not even real. It could be. It could be. Oh, I like that shot. I like that. That's pretty. That's pretty. The amazing thing, by the way, is when it comes to animating in Krita, I will say that this shot I did last night, I didn't live stream it, but this shot right here was done in like 15 minutes, the whole shot. And it was all done by literally just cutting this pose, just cutting it into pieces. Like I flipped it, and then I just kept cutting little pieces out of it, repositioning them, and then just filling in the gaps. If you look at it really slowly, you can see flaws. But geez, from a storytelling standpoint, it's like, boom, work perfect. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't talk. Unbelievable. I don't even know what I just said, but I'm chattering a lot. Probably this is where the people are going, okay, this guy is probably manic depressive. He's probably bipolar, and he's in a manic state right now. And he'll be depressed soon. No, actually, I'm not manic depressive. If I was, I would tell you. Okay, we need to go back to this shot. And she says, and yours. You do understand. Okay, let me see if we can cheat this. And yours. I wonder. We got this pose, this pose, this pose, and back here, we also have this pose. Now, is this pose related at all to this one? Ah, yeah, it's essentially a flip of it. I didn't realize that. So this is actually, this is interesting. So this is her leaning forward, and that was just modified to get this shot. Oh my gosh, I don't remember doing that. So this might be, I'll tell you what, we're going to open up 371 and immediately save it as 374 because this is going to be cake, I tell you. This is going to be cake. So let's open up 371 and there it is. Okay. We'll just leave this one live for now because I'm probably going to have to come back to it shortly for dialogue. So all right, thinking. We're going to take this bit of storyboard, drag it in, So now this storyboard image is effectively stored in here. Okay, so if I go like this and resave this, and by the way, I'm going to dupe, and sum these together so that it gets darker. So now if I save this as 374.ping, don't save over your old one. Okay, so now what this is going to do is save over the storyboard image while saving it now as a Krita file. And so now we still have this reference image as we go forward. Boop. Okay. That puts us in good stead, as we like to say. Good stead. Okay. This pose is okay. We're not going to need the bending down and up thing at all, for sure. So these keys right here might as well be deleted. And so what we'll do is we'll do remove keyframe and pull. Boom. Okay. And yours. Okay. So I'm going to start here. What I'm going to do, this might look a little complex, you guys, but trust me on this. I'm going to grab all these keyframes and drag them downstream so they actually come later. That's a tween that potentially could be useful, I suppose, so I'll just put it there. So now I'm going to do the same thing I did. I'm going to grab these and I'm going to remove keyframe and pull. Okay. So now we can deal with her dialogue. And yours. Boom. So from here on, these are not needed. Boom. Sorry. Rewind. And yours. Okay. This is, man, this is really tempting to... Still sipping on my coffee, checking on Zuko. It looks like he's perched on his bowl, which means he's eating some of his high-quality organic bird food. I think I like this better if there's a little bit of a breather. Pretty typical. I tend to favor sequences over overlapping action. The whole idea of overlapping action. Of the 12 principles of animation, in my opinion, overlapping action is probably the least useful. Because as often as not, overlapping action only results in you not being able to... You're going to miss something because there's two things happening at once. Just saying. Now, that is not technically what the definition of overlapping action is. I really should do a video on the 12 principles of animation and how those principles can be integrated into an economical or efficient, let's say, workflow. So that's actually not too bad. If she goes from this. So what I'm thinking about here is she says, and yours. I want her to lean forward, actually. So what I'm really wanting to see is what we saw way the heck back here. Where was that? 367. I'm just going to look at this for a minute. Okay. I'm also going to look at 367 here real quick. Because essentially, 371 was a modification of 367, and what I really need here might be in 367. So I'm going to look there. You know, when you're editing a film, you'll do the same thing. I've had many cases where I've taken shots and either run them backwards or put them in a completely different place than I originally thought they'd be used. I'm actually rethinking this right now. I'm taking this, deleting it, or closing it, and I'm saving this one as 374. Yep, absolutely. File, save as. Did I say that right? 374, is that the one I want? I don't think it is. I don't know. I gotta double check. Yes, it is 374. Okay. Yep, I'm gonna save this as 374 minus 374. .ping.cra. I'm just gonna leave the storyboard image alone and just save the Krita file. So that's good. Nothing happening on the chat. We've got about a 14-second delay. So again, I'll tell you guys, in case you're late to the party, that I've got OBS set up so that if the live stream freezes, it's normally only frozen for a couple seconds. And OBS buffers the delay so that when the live stream reconnects, it continues from where it left off. And so the more often it, disconnects for a half a second, the bigger the delay is. So right now we're up to about a 14-second delay, which for 2 hours of live streaming is really not horrible. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this shot. I'm going to actually just draw a strip right there, and I'm going to insert multiple hold frames just to get this out of my face completely. I'm going to insert 36, just move that all downstream. She's going to say, and yours. Okay, so I'm not going to use that shape. Well, maybe I will actually use it at the end. So let's put this down here. And now we're going to go insert, G key, boom, and insert. I'm going to go ahead and do that as a proper phoneme is what I'm trying to say, instead of just a shape. And yours. Boom, right there. So what we're going to do now is we're going to actually snap back to this, remove the keyframes and pull. So this is, you guys may find this interesting. I'm not really thinking as an animator right now. I'm just thinking as an editor. I'm just, if I've got the assets to tell the story from the correct angles and with the correct poses and blah blah blah, then that's really all I care about at this point. Is I just want to tell a good looking story, right? So she says, and yours. You do realize that if you play your cards right, you'll be queen one day. See, this like, isn't this crazy? This shot that happened like half a minute earlier in the show is, with very little modification, is actually perfect for the current shot that I'm needing to do. That's so cool. So she says, do you understand that if you play your cards right, that one day you'll be queen? Okay, so here we go. And yours. You do understand that if you play your cards right, that one day you'll be queen? I mean, come on. Jeez, OP. I'm going to just make this 96 frames, save it, and render. We're done. I mean, unbelievable. Well, this is where, and by the way, everybody that's like really into Tahoma, kind of from the vantage point of reusing assets and stuff, this is where you're correct, because when you can take a TLV, level that's got a character with a bunch of poses and maybe even a bones rig or whatever all baked into it and just reuse it in another shot, geez, that's valuable. It's so valuable. Okay, so this is shot number what? 374. So let's render this. Again, I'm going to put this on the other screen. Well, I feel a little less bad now about MB1 taking their ball and going home, on the basis that maybe they aren't even a human anyway. So that's probably going to become the next form of racism that we've all got to deal with, which is racism against AI entities. It could be. I mean, and I'm not saying that from the most obviously idiotic vantage point of somebody that is making light of racism. There's nothing funny about racism. It makes me want to puke. I have people of color in my family, quite literally. And I have no tolerance for racism. So I'm just injecting a bit of levity into the conversation, okay? Okay? Okay, so a little bit here. I think we don't want much of a break there, so. And yours. You do realize, if you play your cards right, that one day you'll be queen. There we go. And I believe that ends there. Double check it. Queen? I thought not. Okay, now what we're seeing happen here is just a bit of a silly little hiccup. Silly hiccup fixed. Okay, we're getting close to the end of the line here. Okay, I'm feeling like, yeah, that's what I thought. So we're going to come back to this shot. We're just going to keep bouncing. We're going to keep bouncing. And we're going to, like if we run this in reverse and then she says queen and then we bake it together but then have her body language, her body weight just lift back up again. It'll work great. So we're going to save this immediately as 375. File, save as 375. So I'm thinking out loud here, planning my strategy. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually take this sequence of characterizations and reverse them. So this is going to be mirror frames so that I can run these in reverse. So she's starting from the scowl. We want to give her that half a second of breathing time as we enter the shot. And then she's going to say, queen. That's it. Boom. So this all comes out, that all comes out, and we move this downstream with about 2 extra frames to finish the word. Queen. All right, the group. Okay, so for this shot, T is baked into a single frame. Because it is a sequence, boy, this is where, tell you what we're going to do, guys. I'm going to Tahoma. I want to really focus on what's the right choice for every single shot. And I think the right choice here is to go to Tahoma. This can be a little tricky, and you'll see why. I'm going to hit Control C to copy the background. Okay, going over to Tahoma, and Control V, just poof, paste it in. Good. All right, back over here to Krita. Let's get Fala in there. Same thing. Control A, Control C. Over to Tahoma. This is going to be foreground, so we'll go boom. Get her in there. Okay? And now we do have to make a little adjustment like that. No big deal. Okay? Back to Krita. Now, this is the part that's going to be tricky. We've got all these... we really have 2 options. We could render this out as an image sequence, as a temporary image sequence, and bring that into Tahoma, and that would probably be the smartest way to do it. So let's take these 2 out, and we're going to just render this. This is going to be sort of a preliminary render of 374. Is it not? No, this is 375. Yes, 375. So I'm going to hit Control R, and we're going to go to the folder for 375. and we're going to change the name to 375. I'm just going to go ahead and after the dot, I'm going to put Tia dot pre-render dot. Okay, and you'll see why in a minute. All right, so we'll render those guys out. Oops, you know what? Strike that. I'm going to undo that. I want to show you guys something very important here. Okay, so let's just take all these frames and delete them. Okay, because bringing it into Tahoma, what I really want to do is I want to only render the unique frames. So it should only render, and I don't know how it's going to name them. I've never done this before, but I'm pretty sure what should happen is this should become .002 or 0002, 0003, etc. So it's basically taking out the blank frames. Let's see if that works. And let's look at the numbers. So this is unfortunately, we need to go to maybe this view so we can see what the... Oh, no. Okay, now that's interesting. So the question now becomes, okay, so it only put in the unique frames, but it preserved the numbering. So now what I want to know is, what's Tahoma going to think about that? Let's find out. This is going to be interesting. So I'm going to drag this in here, and we're going to say load it. Okay. So it didn't really... but now all we have to do is just 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, now we have completely reproduced our Krita shot in Tahoma in the space of what, 5 minutes? And now we can go ahead and add the plastic tool to Tianara and add a secondary animation over the top of it that's easy peasy. Easy peasy, people. So let's save all. And we're going to save this as 375.tnz. I am really glad that worked out. Well, that's the beauty of cutting and pasting into Tahoma. And if you don't want to cut and paste, you can do it the way I did it here with Tia. Just, you know, just render it. Render the stupid thing and cut it in. Okay, so now we're in Tahoma. And I'm going to hit the X key to create a mesh. And we know that the mesh is going to work fine, even though Tia is moving, because the only thing that moves is her mouth. So I'm going to apply that, and all I want to do is give myself the ability now to do a pretty simple movement up. So I'm going to kind of protect her shoulders like this. I'm going to put an extra bone there so that there's a little bit of a, I don't want that one in there, a little bit of a flex area here, and then this stuff should not move no matter what. So I'm going to actually put a safety valve right around this perimeter with off of this bone. And then that way that area will just stretch, you'll see. Now we go into animate mode, and what we're going to do is let's just insert a global key like that, and then let's look at what she does. I would say right about here we'll duplicate this key. Now the reason I didn't want to do this in Krita is that the lip sync, the mouths, are baked into the imagery, so that means that if I took her body and cut it into pieces and moved things around, I would have to go back and do it to every single frame. This is much easier. This is way easier. Way easier. Look at that. I mean, that looks awesome. That looks awesome. I love it. All right, so let's stretch this out to 24 frames. We'll call it 3 seconds. And now we've got yet another shot done. Incredible. File, save all. Now, when I brought this into Tahoma, I believe I loaded it. So let's look at a couple things that can go wrong here. Okay, I really want to show this actually. Okay, so the problem we're going to have right now is that I always render into the render folder. Okay, so let me rename this Tia pre-render. Okay, so now what should happen is that should break Tahoma. All right, so I'm gonna see what happens if I hit save all. Now this is going to be interesting. I'm going to reopen this 375 and hopefully, yes. As you can see, we've lost Tianara because Tahoma has lost track of where that is. Okay, because I changed the name of the folder. Okay. Interestingly, because I hit save all, that's really interesting. Because I hit save all, Tahoma actually recreated the render folder that I had renamed. So now the question is, well, how do you, if this happens to you, you're gonna be crying like a baby. You're crying like a baby, and you're all over the forums and Discord, trying, how do I get my ass back here? Tahoma lost my. No, Tahoma did not lose it. Okay, here's what we have to do. Let's look at the level properties. Level settings. Okay, what we're going to see is that this path is wrong. It's not a big deal. Just change the path. Change the path. And this is going to be this sequence right here. And this is going to be this mesh. Everything's fixed again. Everything's back to normal. Okay, and by the way, if you're like adding and deleting levels and stuff in Tahoma, another thing to be definitely aware of and use occasionally is to look at the scene cast, and every once in a while, at least in more in OpenToonz, I think probably, I bet you Tahoma does a better job of it, but every once in a while you want to remove all unused levels, and it just helps clean out the garbage in your shots. So we're back to normal and we can render. Boom. Control R. And it appears that Tahoma is not responding, but oh, there it goes. Okay, 4 concurrent viewers, everything's calm. We got a 15-second delay on the live stream, so that means what you're hearing right now actually happened 15 seconds ago. All right, we're going to save this as scenes. 375. We are rocking, you guys. We are just rocking today. I love it. 375. There's the render folder. Boom. And we're going to call this 375 dot. I wonder if that's going to put in an extra dot. Because I should think it would stick in the dot automatically. Let's go over here and find out. Nope, looks like there's only one. It did save it as TIFFs, though. I usually like to use pings, but it doesn't matter. That's okay. Vegas isn't going to care. So now what we're going to do is, while that's rendering, because Tahoma takes a little longer to render than Krita does, I'm going to just do a little housekeeping over here. Clean the project media pool. Take a sip of my coffee. And now we're going to go back over here to scene 375. And we're going to just click here, and as you can see, Vegas can tell that the number of images is increasing. So Tahoma's got to render. It's almost done. Look at that. This is such a great example of where cutting and pasting from Krita into Tahoma is absolutely the right choice. It's not always the right choice, but it's kind of often the right choice. And I encourage people, if you're looking for a 2D animation solution that's extremely robust and complete, for me, it's the combination of Krita and Tahoma together. Those two together can crack about any nut you gotta crack, folks. Okay, you do realize you'll be queen. Queen? Look at that. Just a gorgeous shot. Easy peasy. The only thing I maybe want to change is, what if, let's go back here, So fun, so easy. What if, let's go back here and check one thing. Let's go back to build skeleton. I want to give her an extra, actually let's give her 2 extra bones right here and see what happens. And it looks like it didn't change a thing. So now here, just want to get a little cock in the neck there. Okay, so now back here, I'm going to allow a little bit of wiggle there, and maybe and this should be 8 frames a second, by the way. I want to actually change that right now in my scene settings. In your scene settings, you can set your actual global frame rate. So that's interesting. I'm going to go Control C. I'm going to pop it right in here, Control V, so there's an extra key. So what I'm doing is I'm giving her a tiny bit of body language right there. Oh, but that pause didn't work. No. So here I'm going to go like this. I want to make that at most 2 frames. Control C, Control V. And then I'm guessing this probably needs to come back up north a little bit. This might be completely botched. Queen. Okay, now what's interesting about this to me is we could come back here What if we swapped that for number 1? Boy, that could be interesting. That could be interesting. So we're on 14. I'm going to do this and see how it feels. Like, just like a confusion thing, you know? I don't know. It might be too much movement, too much animation. Yeah, I like it actually. The only thing is, right here, everything happens too quickly. So we'll go here. I'm going to go right. Okay, yeah. So she goes, right there. We need to hit the Alt A and just extend that a bit. Queen? Okay, and then the only caveat here is I think I want to take that out, Control X, and maybe take those out as well. Let's see. Queen. Yep, that works better. It's not much better, but it's a little better. That's 32 frames. I'm going to re-render, and we are ready to move on, believe it or not, to the next shot. Yes, we are, friends, we are. Okay, what the heck? Render. So you insist on... Okay, so this is where Tahoma is actually being smart. Tahoma can tell that the first large number of frames didn't change, and so it appears that it's not having to re-render them. So that's good. All right, so what are we doing here? Well, we got to make a little change to this. Little change. We got to put the other frames in there. So here we're going to go Tools, and we're going to clean the project media pool and re-import that. Boom, boom, boom. And that's good. 8 frames a second. And we are good to go. Properties, disable resampling, and there it is. All right. That's what everyone says. My freedom for their opportunity. And yours. Okay, I want to do a little editing right now. Boom. That needs to chop closer. It's still too long. My freedom for their opportunity. So I don't mind the idea that maybe Fala kind of considers her for a moment before she responds. And yours. You do realize if you play your cards right, that one day you'll be queen. Queen? I love it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Diggity dog. I love it. That looks great. That looks great. Well, there you go. That's the magic of mixing Krita and Tahoma together and just being the pragmatic animator. So at this point, because of the editing, we've unfortunately had to chop it down, so we can't just brag about how much work we've gotten done here today. No, we cannot. Because the editing brought it down to, it's 24 seconds. 24 seconds of a cartoon, finished animation, 24 seconds in 2 hours and 20 minutes. OMG, that's not even supposed to be possible. I love it. I love it. Let's keep going, guys. Let's keep going. My goal is 30 seconds a day, and it's getting to the point where that's actually starting to become almost easy-ish. Now, to be fair, I've been able to get a lot of leverage on this scene because by reusing the backgrounds and stuff. Okay, so I have to admit, it is increasingly, I'm noticing that it's easier to do the animation stuff in Tahoma, almost by kind of a wide margin, actually. So I think we're going to keep going on that track. Therefore, let's do it. Let's do it. So she's going to go, I thought not. And it's just going to be this. It's just going to be this. Let's do it, man. Let's be bold. Let's take these two shots, snap them into Tahoma, and see how it goes. It can't hurt to try. Thought not. But perhaps. And I'll be able to do the secondary animation that I want to do. Now, this is 375, so let's save this. We're probably going to be coming back to 375. I wonder if I can run two instances of Tahoma at the same time. It appears... Not sure yet. Not sure. But if I can, then I'm just going to keep this one open. And this machine's got 32 gigabytes of memory and 12 CPUs, so I kind of think it should be up to the challenge. So it appears that the answer to my question is no, actually. It looks like Tahoma will not run twice. So I'm going to create a new scene, and let's just go, baby. All right, so I'm going to take this background image. I'm going to hit Control A, Control C, back here, and this will be our background, Control V. And there we go. All right, now we're going to look at, what is this? That was probably the storyboard, actually. So it looks like all we have is Fala. So I think the smart way to go here, let's take her mouth out and then let's look at her body language. I would say we cut and paste judiciously as needed. That's the plan. So what I'm going to do is go here. That was where she was when we left her. So let's put her in there. Come on. Come on, Tahoma. Come on, Tahoma. Okay. And Control C. Now this, okay, this is important. Okay, if I cut and paste this here, I don't believe Inio-san, thank you for asking that. I was really kind of stoked today when I realized that this episode, the only thing I'm almost done with this sequence here today, and then the only thing I have left is this sequence, which is about 2 minutes. We'll see what it actually times out to. But most of the assets to create this sequence are already in this sequence back here, like the backgrounds, probably to a degree the characters. In fact, this shot was done in Tahoma to begin with. So I did a quick calculation at the beginning of the live stream today, and it seems to me that this sequence should take a couple days. And then if I gave my out, is that the back half already has 8 minutes of it done. So that means what I've got is essentially what I would say is a roughly 1, 2, 3. Let me see what our timing is here. This is, I mean, according to this, it's 13 minutes. So that should take a month. So that's amazing. So that means I should be able to finish the first half here in January and actually finish the entire back half in February if I keep doing what I'm doing. That's a pretty compelling proposition. It also leads me to believe that actually releasing them both at the same time probably is a better idea. Because then at least people aren't going to be bummed out wondering, well, how long am I going to have to wait for part 2? So I'm liking what I'm seeing here, people. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Okay, what I was going to say is that if we paste the other image of Fala in right here, I believe that Tahoma will think that these 2 frames are 2 separate image sequences. Here's the solution. Go here, and I guess I should save all so that the so we save the shot. Let me check this. Let me check my numbers here. So this is 376. Okay, so let's save this as 376. Now what we want to do, because when we save all, we're not only saving the Tahoma project, but we're also saving all of the assets that are in each of the levels. So now this definitely got saved to disk. And this would be in the extras folder. So the question becomes, and Tahoma does appear to be a little locky right now. Okay, so now the question becomes, how do we ensure that pasting from Krita that this will be part of the same image sequence? Okay, here's how. I'm going to hit the D key to duplicate the prior image, and as you can see, and then I'm just going to hit the S key and delete the drawing. Now I can go ahead and hit Control V and paste it into the drawing. And immediately, of course, because I'm not stupid, I'm going to hit Save All again. And now it probably, again, Tahoma's having to think a bit here. Think, but I'm pretty sure that worked. We don't know. I don't know if we'll see the thumbnail. If we don't, I'll bet you if we reload the project, the thumbnail will reappear. Pretty sure. But we'll see. Okay, now it looks like Tahoma puked. Looks like a little puke situation. So I'm going to hit the S key and hit Control V. And then maybe hit the B key. Yes. Okay, by telling Tahoma, hey, what I want to do next is actually draw something. That kind of fooled it. So now I'm going to save my work. Okay, now we've got the 2 poses. And that brings up another really interesting question. Okay, Steve has a question. And again, sorry about the stream delay. We've got about a 16-second delay here. Do you have the other scripts already written? You know, it's funny you should ask that because it occurred to me, not that I'm a prophet or anything, but it occurred to me just this morning that pretty darn soon somebody's going to ask me that very question. And the answer is no. I have the arc of continuity that turns it all into a 12-episode arc that has a satisfying build-up and conclusion. That's all plotted, you know, not the details, but the basic arc is plotted. And it's not necessary to knock out the beats of every individual episode because the long-term arc is going to be hidden in and woven through the 12 episodes, which each are going to be conceived as standalone episodes. So you could watch one episode and enjoy it, but you're going to get a lot of little hints about the continuity that would cause you to either want to go back and rewatch from the beginning or obviously watch through to the end. So that's kind of the concept there. Okay, important question here, guys. Important question. If I use the plastic tool on this level, this is not a great example of the problem I'm about to describe, but it's kind of an example. If I use the plastic tool on this level to be able to add secondary animation to Fala, the problem is that the mesh that Tahoma is going to create is going to crawl right around the perimeter of her, like right around the edge. And that means that when I switch to this image, wherever the second image, like right here, it juts out. You know, there was nothing here in the first image, and what that means is that if I switch to the second image, this image will literally slide under and out of the plastic tool. So here's the solution to that problem. The solution is you create another level and you just draw a shape that you know is big enough to encompass both characters like that, and then just fill it in. You do need to fill in. Now what I'll do is hit F3, and what I'm going to want to do is pipe columns 2 and pipe column 2 through the plastic tool. Okay? And now I can go into the plastic tool. Again, hit the X key. But now what I'm going to do is build the skeleton. And so I'm going to do a couple things here. First of all, I'm going to create a little safety zone. Second of all, I'm going to create a node that exists for the express purpose of taking her and moving her properly into position off the screen. So that's what this node is for. So this is to protect her bottom edge. I don't want any of this to be deformed when I animate anything. Like that. And then the actual animation of her, I want to make very simple. So I typically am going to use a couple nodes, maybe one at the neckline, and maybe a little bit over here. And then the rule is test it a bit. Test it a bit. So let's go into animate mode and just see if this is going to kind of sort of work. So I don't have a lot of latitude here. That's not good at all. But that's fixable. Okay, so I'm going to fix that right now. There's two ways to do it. Let's go back here. Let's do it normally the way I do it is to put in those extra bones like I did down here. So you notice when I moved this bone, nothing down here got deformed. That's exactly what we wanted. There's another way to do it, which is paint rigid. Okay, so if I give myself a big brush and I'm going to paint rigid, this means that this stuff is not allowed to deform. I'm not 100% sure it's going to work that well. I've had hit and miss results with it, but I think that probably would be okay. And now what should happen, yes, look at that. Look at that. Dude, that's what we're talking about. That's what we wanted. Okay, so her positioning is fine, and if we go to frame or image 2, we're going to see that we still have the ability to really fiddle with that, no problem. Everything's looking good. So I'm going to delete this key. As the lip sync, we'll just run it through this node. You know, say if it's here, we'll just run it into here, and that way the plastic tool will affect it as well. And the following will happen. Here on the animate, what I want to do is turn off keep distance, and this is why I put this in here, is so I can take this whole node like this. I can just take this whole thing and move it down here. And not only that, but if I don't like the way she's framed, I also can hit the A animate tool and move everything around a little bit and even scale her up slightly. So this is all perfectly good. I want to check my safe zones. Yeah, I mean, looks pretty good. I mean, I think we're maybe pushing the limit here a little bit, but So the idea is that you don't want to scale your art layer, if you want to call it that. It's the plastic tool that you want to scale, because when you scale it and make the adjustments, those adjustments are transferred to its child layers. Having done that, there's one thing you want to keep in mind, which is that, hey, NS Animation. Good morning, Maria. Sorry for the slow response, by the way. Welcoming everyone. Since a couple people are here that are new, I will just remind you guys again that I have a buffer programmed into my OBS stream. So if we get disconnected and the video freezes up, don't panic. It seems like it takes about 2 seconds or so to reconnect. And then what OBS is doing is inserting a delay into the stream such that during the time that we were cut off, it goes ahead and plays from that moment on. And so the only downside to that is over time, the delay in the stream increases. I hope that makes sense. So right now, you know, an hour ago we had about a 10-second delay. Now we've got about a 19-second delay. So we're picking up about 10 seconds an hour of delay. So whatever you hear me say right now, I actually said about 20 seconds ago. I think it's good, because what it means is when this video posts to my channel later as just a video, all of those pauses from the occasional dropouts with OBS will be gone. They're not actually part of the stream, which is really cool. No dropouts. Okay, so what was I saying? I was saying this. One of the downsides of the plastic tool is that once you have the mesh of the plastic tool controlling your art, you cannot go back and draw. Like if I hit the B key, you cannot use the brush on a mesh deformed level. That can be problematic because you can still paint here. You could paint in these drawings, but if the continuity of motion here in the X sheet is important, then it can be a little distracting to try to make fixes over here. I can't think right now of a scenario where that comes up, but it actually comes up kind of a lot. What's the solution? The solution is simply unpipe your layer from the plastic tool. And just hide the plastic tool and get all your basic animation and lip sync and everything done here. And then plug it into the plastic tool for your secondary animation. Make sense? I hope so. Okay, one thing I'm going to do right now is I think I'm going to create a raster level. And I'm going to call it mouth. Okay? And so one drawing exists. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back here and hopefully this will work. I'm going to go into this drawing. So I'm hitting Shift Spacebar to zoom in, and I'm going to hit the selection tool, and I'm going to grab her mouth, and I'm going to cut it out. Then I'm going to go into this drawing here, hit the S key again, because it tends not to work if you don't, and then hit Control V and paste it in there. Okay? And now you can see everything's wonderful, except, that's gone. So how do we fix that? Well, you already know the answer to that question. We're going to go R key to sample that color, and then F key, and I'm hitting Shift so it does a very strong fill. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. Now we have a lip sync layer that we can use to our heart's content. Okay, I'm going to the delay is a mini version of staring at the stars shining their light from millennia past. I trust that you don't mean that that has anything to do with what you're seeing on the screen, but that's just a metaphorical idea that we're going back in time a little bit. I hope that's what you mean, because that would be pretty weird if there was actually something strange with the, with the actual visuals on screen. So she says, actually we want probably this color, so I'm going to hit the R key to sample this. I'm going to go B. I kind of think that color didn't quite work that well, but you know what? That's okay. This can be easy to fix. I'm going to grab this tool, R key, sample that, B key, and we're just going to paint that in. I have to admit, you know, Valerie always cracks on me for sort of insisting on trying things in other software when I seem to just get stuff done pretty well with Krita. But man, I have to say that for some of these recent shots the last few days, I've saved myself a lot of time by jumping into Tahoma. So Darren will probably be happy to hear that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to hit the D key. So I'm going to try to stretch this. And here for me, I have to use my mouse instead of my stylus, or else Tahoma tends to make the selection disappear. A little annoying, a little annoying. But there. Okay, so that's going to be image number 3. And now what we can do is, in this case, I'll tell you what, I'm actually going to do it this way. I'm going to go now to image number 1. And I'm seeing something. I think, okay, I'm going to hit the S key, and I'm actually going to raise this up a little bit. Okay, so she says, ah, I thought not. So this is going to be 2. So let me just pull these back out. And I do actually want to have this change in attitude. So she says, ah, I thought not. Okay, so here, what we've got to do is go into frame number 2, and I'm just going to go R to sample the RGB value, and then hit the I'm just going to erase. There's not going to be a mouth in this layer, or in this image. Okay, then we'll come back here, snag this color, again, R key, B, and let's hit duplicate so we can kind of use this as a basis for the bigger mouth, if you will. I thought. We'll go 4. So I'm hitting the Q key to just toggle between the drawings. And then this is going to be a new drawing, so I'm just going to hit the B key. And look at that. We are literally almost done with this shot. My goodness. Okay, but then she's going to move back in reverse. So we're not done yet, folks. We're not done yet. I'm giving myself some room with the plastic tool here to do some secondary animation, but I don't really know if I'll need it. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. So she says, ah, I thought not. And then she kind of picks back up and says, then perhaps you can fix all the ills that plague the kingdom. Ah. Okay, stop. Stop. Hitting the L key. Level, I'm sorry, scene settings. Our base frame rate's got to be 8 frames a second. Stupid. Stupid. All right, this is shot number 376. Save all. Rewind. I said rewind. Okay, Tahoma's thinking while it saves, so I guess I'll take a... Hey, Darren, I'm back in Tahoma, buddy. If you watch today's stream from about, an hour ago, I would say, so from about an hour and a half on, you'll see that I'm really embracing this idea of Krita and then using the plastic tool for the secondary animation. And this whole shot, 4 seconds long, was done, oh my gosh, I don't know how quick it was, but it was fast, man. It was like, and it looks great. I mean, it looks really, really good. So this is the shot we're working on right now. So I must say, my friend, I think this is going to be happening a lot more, because, and it's truly becoming my recommended workflow for the average Joe on the street that wants to get into 2D animation. The Krita plus Tahoma diumvirate is pretty stinking powerful. So one thing I will also add for Darren's benefit that I showed in this video is that if you have a level where you've got baked in poses like this and you want to properly apply the plastic tool to it, what you do is on a separate layer, you simply draw a shape that encompasses both poses, fill it in, and then generate your mesh based on that. And then just delete that dummy level and then use the schematic to pipe your levels through the plastic tool like that. But right now, because I'm doing the primary animation, I've actually got them unplugged from the plastic tool. But yeah, it's, if it wasn't both faster and better, I wouldn't be so bullish on it. But I'm getting results that are both very quick and look good. So, well, what are you going to do? You can't argue with that. You can't argue with that. Okay, Valerie's passing through the room, so I am going to take a 2-minute break. Okay, during the 2-minute break, I am going to run the loop of, oh brother, let's say, how long this is anyway. There's 2 minutes. What'd you say, babe? Oh, she's putting Zuko back over on the, I'm just going to let this loop from the fishing scene, just because, what the heck. So by the time, I'm going to be back before this is even through playing through once, but this is fun stuff. Boom, and yeah, here's Golik saying, I got to get that Asher, but for now I've got other fish to fry. And then, and I'm not going to play it full screen because that's one more hoop that I want to jump through at the moment. So be back in just a few, folks. Thanks.
unfortunately, I sat down and forgot my glasses. Absolutely, right tool for the job. True. In fact, I was just thinking about incorporating it into the Athena figure. I tell you guys, I'm so bullish on this workflow. The jumping between the two is just outstanding. And I don't even mind that it took me a whole minute to pre-render Tianara with her lip sync and just drag it into Tahoma. If you're willing to save stuff to your hard disk, if you're willing to take that whole minute that it takes, then all of a sudden everything's really, really not only easy but stable as well. You don't have to worry about rearranging the shots based on how they get cropped when you cut and paste into Tahoma. But yeah, did this, if anyone wants to post, did this actually loop, or is it still playing through the first time actually? I am very curious. So it'll take about 20 seconds. Right now there's a 21-second delay in the stream, so that means it's going to take at least 30-40 seconds for someone to respond, if they respond quickly. A simple yes will do. Yes means that it's playing through only one time and did not loop yet. So, I am changing my voice. I can't do V's very well. People from India have a hard time with the V sound and also the W sound. They tend to reverse them. So it's not that they cannot do the V. They simply make them backwards. This is what I have found. So Valerie was asking me, she's saying, well, Dave, still playing. Okay, this is very, very good. Very good. Oh, what this means, dear friends, or what I am trying to say, is that Valerie had asked me, now you just need to figure out your voices. Who's going to do the voice of Luca, she said. Well, this is a very, very fair question. And what I said was, I need to find probably a woman with a somewhat scratchy voice. Perhaps, Maria, do you have a scratchy voice? I need a voice for Luca, where I can have a woman, preferably who is an alto, with a little bit of a scratchy voice that I can pitch up just a little bit. Because when I see Luca, some of you guys that are watching right now might not know who Luca is, so I'll just very quickly jump back here to show you who Luca is. So if you don't know, this little kid here is Luca, and I have to confess, whenever I see Luca, I hear the voice of Aang. I do. I just hear that kid's voice. Zach, what was Zach's last name? I can't remember Zach's last name, but the kid that did the voice of Aang in The Last Airbender, I hear Aang's voice, and I think it'd be a fun little homage to have a voice kind of similar to Aang's for the little bald kid. So why not? Who cares, you know? So I need a little bit of a hoarse characteristic to their voice. Yeah, so I can't do that Luca's voice. Hey, Dirt. I mean, maybe I could play around with pitch and stuff, but because when I do Professor Farnsworth, good news, everyone, he has a little bit of a scratch to his voice. So it's possible that I could do it, but I probably can't. Not to my satisfaction. So back to work. Let's jump to Tahoma. No, not Fast Stone. Tahoma. Makes me a little nervous, but my brother do it scares me. All right. Yeah, the Premiere Media Design, Maria, is my my Gmail. My Gmail is Premiere Media Design. Premier Media Design. Premiere Media Design at gmail.com. You can email me an MP3 or whatever, and yeah, I would actually check it out. And you could even make up some dialogue just for fun. Just make something up. I don't care. So that you're more than happy give anybody a shot that's interested in doing something like that. So that really goes for anybody who's out there. If you're okay, I just revealed to at least 8 people my email address. So anybody that is inclined to want to get involved on the audio side. Okay, sounds good, Maria. Sounds very, or I should say, it sounds very, very good. Very good. I would love it. Now, if you are able to add not only your voice, but also a little bit of this Indian accent, that would be even better. Because, frankly, Luca is supposed to be a little bit Indian, perhaps Pakistani, something like that. That is who Luca is. And again, as I said yesterday, the show has an eclectic mix. So I would certainly try. Well, that's an interesting question, actually, Darren, because there are some characters like I thought about the voice of Golek being kind of this type of a boxy Edward G. Robinson type voice, and I had thought perhaps of giving him a bit of a erudite sort of a little hint of a British thing. That I'm not doing that very well. I'm switching voices too frequently right now, so I'm actually not doing a great job of nailing the switches. But yeah, I mean, let's get you in there somewhere, Darren. Right? I expect I'm going to be doing. Well, I'm sure I'm going to do Mel.
And I'm sure I'm going to do Asher. Asher, I know I can do quite well.
And Golek, a little deeper, a little bolder sort of voice like that. Open to giving anyone a shot. And you know, just don't take anything personally if I go, you know, I kind of put your voice against the character and it like didn't work at all. So don't take it personally. And it could be that someone's acting might just not really be that good. So you really do kind of need to fake some sort of short little script. In your case, Darren, you could maybe even use some pieces out of the Futurama script if you wanted to. Okay, so by the way, for what it's worth, folks, right now the delay on the stream is about 25 seconds. It appears to me that it's blanking out more often, so I suspect that because we're past 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I suspect the internet's seeing a little more activity. Maybe that's got something to do with it. I don't know. But let's get back and figure out what our dialogue here so we can move forward. Then, so she says, I thought not. Then perhaps you can fix all the ills that plague the kingdom. Well, and then again, Maria, you know, if your voice, it's conceivable that your normal voice would be an interesting voice for Fala too. And I'm always open to different little accents or anything. We can have a very you know, all different kinds of voices fit together in this show. No problem. I mean, think about it in Pocahontas. Think about it. Everybody on the British side of the story had a British accent, except the main character. John Smith was Mel Gibson, as I recall, and he didn't even attempt a British accent. So people don't think too much about those sorts of what one could argue are inconsistencies. So anyway, that's that. All right, so what we got to do here is figure out what she says. She says, I thought not. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to actually jerk her back to this pose. So I'm going to hit the Q key to just pull back to shot number 1. And then normally what I would do with something like this is well, I guess we'll just select them and delete. That's probably the easiest course of action here. So, and then, so what's probably going to happen is there's going to be actually a little plastic tool tween right there to get us back to this pose, I would expect. And then I'm just going to take the lip sync out. And let's smack this back in there. Again, half-second pause-ish. Well, yeah, Steve. With the caveat that I had noted in an earlier live stream that was the worst fake British accent in the history of cinema. I mean, that was so bad. Oh my gosh, that was so bad. Just awful. Dick Van Dyke, great voice, but crappy at accents apparently. Because boy, oh boy, did he suck at that. But it was she say. She says, then perhaps you can fix all the ills that plague the kingdom. So that's quite a bit of voiceover. Then perhaps you can fix all the ills that plague the kingdom. Isn't that crazy? That can't work. Yeah, actually it's gonna work. Ta-da! We'll go to the end here, and now we'll just stretch all these guys out, and then we can think about secondary animation. So again, as noted, the delay, it's a good job. The rest of the film was good. Oh yeah, Peter Ellenshaw, man. Peter Ellenshaw, matte painter, absolutely amazing guy. Just amazing guy. I love it. I love I love even today in the yeah, he could dance. Even today in the age of really complex motion track CGI, I'm still a huge fan of the locked camera shot and the traditional matte painting. Even if you create the matte painting from a collection of photos, you know, even if you go for photorealistic, the minute you move the camera, you've just increased your work by probably 2 orders of magnitude. Yeah, okay. I mean, I'll buy that. I mean, actually, I don't buy it. I personally think that it was so bad that, to me, it was bad enough that it actually distracted from the acting. That's my opinion. Other people are certainly welcome to disagree. So now what we're doing is we're taking everything about Fala and sticking it through the plastic tool. And now let's see what we have. Ah, I thought not. Perhaps then you can fix all the evils that plague the kingdom. Okay, so now that's a little stiff, and that's because we need to start doing a little bit of plastic tool. So let's hit the X key, and we are in animate mode, but we need to be able to see it. So boom. So when she says, ah, I think, I don't want interpolation, but I don't really want to set this in constant mode. So what I'm going to do is hit Control C, Control V, and then I would say just 2. See, look, this is where I didn't realize I had keep distance turned off, but look at this. We can even do a little landing here like this. Look at that. Watch this. Ah, see, look at that little bounce. Oh my gosh, that looks so good. And now what I'm going to do is grab this and maybe make this even slightly more extreme. I'm going to turn keep distance back on, by the way. I can't believe how easy it is to. Yeah, oh, there are so many movies. You know what? There used to be a website called mattepainting.org. I don't think it's been updated much in quite a few years, but boy, what a collection of traditional matte paintings. I don't even know if it still exists. Mattepainting.org. They didn't use any fancy schmancy web technologies, so even through the Wayback Machine, it would be, yeah, it's still around, guys. Actually, this site right here, mattepainting.org, has just some gorgeous traditional matte painting. A lot of it's digital, admittedly, but it's still matte paintings, you know. Okay, so let's kind of go back here, and I'm going to jump over here and say, okay, yeah, unfortunately, if I hide the mesh, then I hide the bones. Okay, so she says, ah, perhaps, oh, okay, hold on, there's a mistake. There is a mistake. The secondary animation, I thought not. I don't like this. This is too much movement. This is happening too soon, so I'm going to actually take this out. And I'm going to get rid of these. Let me see what I did here. Well, okay, let me try it both ways. All right, so I'm going to hit the undo and run this through one more time, just see. Ah, I thought not. Okay, my complaint is this seems abrupt to me. I think I should change my approach here. I think that she should say, I thought not. Yes, this should be this pose. So it took her about that long to say I thought not here, so let's put that about there. We'll just cut all these guys out. Just delete them. I'm not going to cut them because, well, actually all this lip sync is worthless now. So that's all right. It took, what, 30 seconds to do, so no big deal. So she's going to say, I thought not. I'm going to stretch that one extra frame, take this one, drag this in here, so that's her landing. And then I want to go back here and think about my secondary animation. I thought not. Yeah, see, I don't mind that. That's better. I thought not. Then perhaps, okay. Nice. Okay, so is this, I'd say closed, open. Okay, so yeah, that should be this. And then we're just going to take these two again and just toggle between them. And I see there's some chat, so let me look. Straight roll for Leslie Nielsen. I don't remember, I do not remember. I don't know that I ever saw Forbidden Planet. I assume that's where you're saying Leslie Nielsen appeared. Yes. Oh golly, it's the limitations. Yesterday, actually, Kyle had to do a little video thing for school, and he had an idea that was sort of a little bit of a half-baked idea that involved my help. You know, it's like, yeah, Dad's got movie cameras, you know, blah blah blah. I'm like, Kyle, you know, you really the teacher doesn't care. This is kind of a nonsense throwaway project. You don't care, the teacher doesn't care, and no one's ever going to see it. So why don't you do this? Just do it on your phone, but I want you to embrace that as a limitation and completely rethink the creative part of it with the limits of just having to do it on your phone. And he came up with an idea that was so much better because of the limitations. Then perhaps you can fix all the ills. Okay. So this needs to go and be replaced back again with these. Okay, that's cool. I like that. I think it's probably going to be that. Okay, well, yeah, that's obviously that's a mistake. So let's see if we've got our lip sync in here. Then perhaps you can fix all the ills that plague the kingdom. I don't like that coming in there, so I'm going to rethink this. I'm going to change my mind about this. Oh, this is touchy. This is touchy. This is where it's all attitude. Then perhaps you can fix all the ills. Probably one lip sync shape followed by back to home base, I think. I'm kind of guessing here on my timing, but being that I'm absolutely brilliant, I'm sure that it's perfect. Yeah, not. I thought not. Then perhaps you can fix all the ills that plague the kingdom. Yeah, okay, there you go. That feels good. That feels good. And we don't really need any extra plastic tool animation. We're done with this shot. No, actually, let me think about one more thing. After she says kingdom, I'm going to say, Darren, do you know okay, number one, how do you hide the mesh while you animate the skeleton? When I've hidden the mesh by hiding the layer, the skeleton is still there unless I click away, and when I come back it's gone. And I tend to click away a lot. How do I hide the skeleton or hide the mesh and have the skeleton still appear? I would love to know that. And the other question I have is, here's the keyframe that I was going to copy down here. Is there a way to insert a keyframe right here that's going to be simply, okay, Steve, later, dude. Is there a way to insert a keyframe here that is going to naturally be a copy of this keyframe? Is there something you can do that would accomplish that? So I will wait 30 seconds here and see if... I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait 30 seconds. Okay, if you right-click on the viewer, there's a hide mesh option. Right-click on the viewer. Yeah, see you, Steve. Ah! Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, Darren. Okay, so my second question was, is there a way to duplicate the keyframe? Because I'm moving fast, I'm going to go ahead and paste the other keyframe in. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. I'm going to paste the other keyframe in unless Darren all of a sudden zaps out the answer. There may not be an answer, that's the thing. So I'm going to go Control V, and then all I'm going to do here is just do that. I love it. I love it. That looks so good. Okay, so we got 78 frames. So we're going to render, and this is shot number 376. So we're going to save this to 376 and cut that baby into the show. Hides folder and create a new folder, and this is going to be 376. Okay, so we immediately name it, and now we're in 376, and I'm going to create yet another folder, and we're going to call that render, as I always do, and that's where we're going to stick our images, and we're going to call it 376.ping so that we trick Tahoma into saving pings instead of TIFFs. And now I'm going to go heat up my water. It's going to take me a couple minutes while that renders. I'll be right back while I get my water. It's got to render anyway. And okay, go to your later frame and right click on the skeleton and set global key. I thought maybe that was it, but I didn't think so because global key is a toggle. That sets a key. So can you expand on that answer? Because global key, oh, I see. You're saying you right-click the skeleton itself, and there will be a pop-up that says global key. Okay, that sounds like exactly what I'm looking for. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get some water. Okay, because it's early in the day, I like to have my water hot. So I'm going to let it heat up. Okay, so 376 needs to be chopped out of the show. We need to clean the media pool just to be safe. And now we're going to jump to the 376 folder and get this sucker cut into the show. As you can see, Vegas is going to sort of adapt to the fact that the number of frames is cranking, and unfortunately Tahoma is really, really slow at rendering compared to Krita. Krita would have had this done in like literally 5 seconds. Okay, yes, if you right click on the joint, select global key, lay out a key for the current position. Excellent. So global key in that context means, okay, so I will explain this to the Tahoma people out there real quick. What Darren is saying is two things. If you want to set a key that locks in the current position of the skeleton, whatever its current configuration is, but you want to essentially create a new keyframe that holds that position, then what you're going to do is you're going to right mouse click on the, like this bone down here. You can barely see because it's covered up. I wonder if I can move this. Yeah, I can't move that while it's rendering. But if I right mouse clicked on this, one of the pop-up options would be global key. Now I'm only explaining this because it might be confusing, because up here this says global key. So Darren, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure, and good morning Yvette, global rest key to add a key for the initial positions. Excellent. That's very helpful as well. Okay, so the global key toggle, I'm pretty sure this is what this means, and Darren, please correct me if I'm wrong. The global key toggle means that when I set a key for the skeleton, it sets keys for every single node in the skeleton as opposed to just the one that's currently being manipulated. Is that correct? And if it is correct, I will say, let me think about this for a minute. It does seem like over the last couple weeks that if that is what global key does, it might be buggy. I'm just going to throw that out there because I had noticed, I have to think about what the scenario was, kind of a dyslexia moment here, where I was later down in the timeline and set a key and it didn't have it set earlier, even though I think global key toggle was turned on. But I think we're safe to say I do believe that's what this is. Global key means, okay, yeah. Okay, good. Thank you, Darren. All right, my water's probably done cooking, so let me go grab it, and then we're going to get back to work and see how it looks in the show. In fact, actually, strike that. Let's do this first, since it's done rendering. Let's open the sequence. Boom. Let's tell it that the sequence is an 8 frame per minute, or yeah, 8 frame per second sequence. Stick it in there. Turn off the resampling, and Queen? Yeah. This move here, this is where some nuance in your sort of sensitivity to the feel of the animation is pretty important. That move from the landing position back is way too abrupt. Ah, I thought not. Yeah, no. That's got to go. We're going to have to re-render. Yeah, this is kind of one of the downsides with Tahoma is if you find you made a mistake and have to re-render, you're pretty much stuck with re-rendering, which takes kind of a long time. So I think that what we're going to do here is I'm actually going to take this little mod and actually put it 1 frame before this. So I'm going to, instead of having her turn her head, I'm going to, I thought not. And then that way we'll have that in there as a little transition to the tween. Now it could be argued, perhaps, that this is too extreme. Nah, strike that. I'm going to hit undo. I think that looks good. Okay, sorry about that. Saving our work. We got to re-render. It's a terrible, terrible tragedy. One of these days I'll get into, if you open the function editor in spreadsheet mode and move your skeleton on a new frame with global key tick, then move to another frame, untick global key, then move a bone. Right, oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, because you'll only get a keyframe created for 1 bone instead of 30 bones or however many we have. So I am going to re-render, and this is bad news. It looks like Tahoma doesn't really want to remember our destination, so there we go. There we go. Overwrite that. Now this is the good news. This is the super good news. As you can see, it looks to me like Tahoma does a very good job of remembering what frames don't need to be re-rendered. It still takes it a half a second, but this is much quicker. The re-renders seem to be happening a lot faster. So now I'm going to go grab my water while that renders. I'll be right back. Okay, so the Tahoma Krita combination wins the day, because I think if we go back here to Vegas, what we're going to discover, to our delight and surprise, is that we are very, very close. Well, actually, I did this shot this morning. So yeah, 34 seconds of finished show, and this has been edited down as well. 34 seconds in 3.5 hours. Oh my gosh. Why do I save my frames from the preview window yet rather than using the render option? I have been, okay, first of all, that's a great question. I assume that I've literally probably never done this. I've probably never, ever actually rendered a level the way that you're describing it. The big reason I got into the workflow habit that I'm in is that I discovered a long time ago in OpenToonz that if you do a quick and dirty playback like this, where you want to see the rendered shot, okay, obviously the rendered imagery takes much longer to generate than the quick and dirty preview imagery, okay? I learned a long time ago that if you hit Control R and generate the rendered version in this second little window, it actually calculates the rendered frames way faster than it does here in your main window. So this takes much longer to cache the rendered frames. So if I hit the L key, it's like really got to think about it. Tick, 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 tick. Whereas by contrast, if you hit Control R, you can hit playback and it's all rendered really, really fast. Why that is, I have no idea, because under the hood it should be the same process. But that's always been true with OpenToonz, going back years. Okay, so now for the benefit of everyone here, Darren, you might want to explain what quote unquote the render option actually means. Because as far as I was concerned, what I'm doing is the render option. I hit Control R, it gets rendered into a new window, and then I save the frames. So what am I missing? I'm assuming, I'll just blab here while we wait for an answer from Darren, but I would assume that if we go to our scene settings or perhaps our camera settings, we probably have the ability to set up maybe a render destination. Now, yeah, of course I want a tip to make it faster. Of course, brother. Do it. Give us a tip. Give us a tip, my friend. While we're waiting for the tip, since Darren is obviously taking over my live stream, but I'm kind of glad he is, I'm going to go ahead and look at how this played. Ah, I thought not. Perhaps then you can fix all the ills that plague the kingdom. I love it. I think it looks great. Control R is the preview window. Okay, so what makes it even faster? That's what I do. I always hit Control R for... You call it the preview window. I always thought it was the render window. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Help me out here, brother. I just don't know what the heck's going on. You can set up the render file type location, right? So then you would be able to just invoke the render, and would the render then happen in the background by any chance? Because if it would, that would be quite useful. I don't even know where to set that up. It's not going to be your preferences. Project management, perhaps? No, that's the project, not the scene. So yeah, I mean, quite literally, I have never done that. Not one time in all these years. I've always done it the way I'm doing it. Render. Okay, let's go to render. Duh. Output settings. There it is. So this is what we're going to render. Okay, and that's why it keeps going to the wrong location. Okay, so I'm going to try this, guys. We're going to try this live here. I'm going to set up this destination. Not this destination. This destination and this file. I'm going to choose that. File name.
ping. And I'm going to hit save and render and see what happens. Okay, so now the interesting thing about this to me is this a blocking function? And it looks to me like it is. Now it says it's pre-computing. So what I was hoping, I guess this is what the render farm is for. I'm hoping that I can move this off screen and actually get back to work. And I can't. Okay, so I'm going to cancel the render because there's nothing that's changed. But it looks like no matter how you slice it, that is what we would call a blocking option, meaning when it's happening you can't do anything else. If you use the render farm option, which Darren, by the way, Darren T, as if you guys don't know, Darren T is the guy who knows everything there is to know about Tahoma. If you use the render farm option, even locally on your own machine, so you're not actually farming out to other machines, I do believe that does speed up, or at least it lets you render as a separate process entirely. Is that correct, Darren? Okay, to make that preview window faster, open render preview settings, then change the shrink option to 2 and it'll render at half size so it has less to preview. Well, I don't want to do that because I'm taking what renders out of that and cutting it into the show. So I don't really want to render at half resolution. That would be probably stupid because then everything would have to be re-rendered. Now if you had everything set up for batch rendering to a you know, if you had it set up so that when you go to bed at night, you can fire up your render farm and literally render all the shots for that day, and they're just going to save over the half-res versions that are already cut in the show, that would work. Because then I could have half-resolution shots in here, because our preview is at half size anyway, actually. So they would actually be, we would actually be seeing full size here if we did what Darren's describing, and that would be fine. And then later, while we're busy sawing logs, we let Tahoma in the background re-render everything at full size. That would be a great addition to the workflow. Okay, so while we think about that and wait to see what Darren has to say about it, I'm going to jump back here. Okay, little problem. We've got this wide shot, and Tianara's clearly got some acting that she's doing. Let's go back to the storyboard and kind of see what we have here. Come on, let's get back to the storyboard. Okay, right here. This is the shot we just did, and this is the shot we're talking about. I want to see this kind of big-ish. No, changing that size only affects the preview window, the control R option, and you're viewing the scene smaller than half size. Well, in Vegas, this is in fact half size. Now, my output resolution for my show is 1280 by 720. So ultimately, things are going to actually be zapped up a bit. So you're right, there's a little bit of a disconnect between the resolution of, because Tahoma's operating at full HD. So yeah, you are correct that this little preview window is actually more like about 30 to 40% the size of an HD frame. It's half the size of a broadcast HD frame. Just a little nuance there. Okay, one thing that's worth looking at right now, just because of the time factor, is this. The last shot here of Fala in close-up is 378. So we might as well do it because we're already here in Tahoma. And we could insert a couple eye blanks and some things like that. So this could actually be quite cool. Okay. I actually right now kind of thinking Krita way. I would love it if there was a way to completely reverse an entire scene. If Darren knows that one, that would be quite interesting. I would love to be able to take this entire shot and reverse it, just to see what it looks like and if it is a viable solution. There's other ways to get to the same result, but please, it has been decided. Okay, so here she's going to say, please. And let's look at how she ends up. Her head is tilted to the left. Here it's tilted to the right, so that works out well. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to resave this right now under a different file name. This is going to be 378. File. Okay, to a degree, you guys. Okay, Maria, see ya. To a degree, what I've got going on right now is kind of risky behavior in a way. Because if 378 has some requirements that are a little different from 376, for example, if I were to add another, I don't know this to be true, and I think it might not be true, but I'm worried that it might be true, which is this. If I were to make a duplicate of this image so that I could just add an eye blink, as opposed, obviously, to putting the eye blink on a different level. Sub X sheet would be a good way. I definitely am pretty proficient with sub X sheets. I don't think in this case that's the right solution, but what Darren is pointing out is a pretty powerful thing to realize, because if you're inclined to set up, like let's look at this for a minute, because this sort of thing comes up with you know, it's something Amar has alluded to. And if you have a situation like this where you've got a character and there's a couple key poses that you have here, a couple key drawings, plus maybe, let's say hypothetically, that all of her lip sync was on a completely different level, which it is, plus you've got a plastic tool. One thing you guys out there need to realize is that if I delete this background and then save the remaining scene somewhere on my hard drive so I know where it is, I could take this character with her rig all set up in all the levels, and I could drag that TNZ file into another scene, and it would automatically get loaded as a sub X sheet. So that way you could actually build up your assets over time to where your character rig kind of expands and even grows and changes a bit over time, and then you literally drag and drop that scene into another scene, and now you can reuse your character. That's one of the real awesome things about sub X sheets. Okay, I'm going to read Darren's comments just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Then on the main timeline, when you can see only the sub is one column highlighted, yeah, right. Okay, so what Darren just described, that I was aware of, that you could do that. The main problem with that for me is what Darren's describing is this. I'm going to actually show this so everybody sees what the heck we're talking about. So I'm going to grab these three columns. All right, let me give Tahoma half a second to decide to quit thinking, because it appears to me that it's not responding at the moment. But I'll go ahead and demonstrate this because there's a little bit of nuance to what Darren's explaining, and I want to show you what the catch is. I want to show you what the drawback is to what he's saying. Okay, it's not much of a drawback, frankly. So the idea is that you're going to grab these columns and you're going to say collapse. Okay, now that turned it into what's called a sub X sheet. Now for me, I have the hotkey set up. I believe it's Control down arrow. Nope, it's Control Shift down arrow. No? Okay, I'm sorry. My hotkeys for going down into the sub X sheet are broken. Those are my hotkeys for OpenToonz, and I need to reset them for Tahoma. So that's fine. What you do is you open the sub scene. Okay? Now if you go into the sub scene, you can see that this is the scene we just created. Okay? So now I'm going to go back out, close the sub scene, and now I'm back out here. Now what Darren's saying is we can reverse these keys. Okay, so we'll go right here, and is it a sub on reframe? Where is reverse? I'm looking for reverse. I don't remember. Where the heck's the reverse option? I'm thinking actually it would not be, it's probably endemic to the cells, not the header, because ostensibly maybe you would only want to reverse a small group of the cells. Okay, sorry, I just accidentally grabbed the header again, so let me fix that. Okay, so now I should be able to reverse these keys, I bet. Reframe. Reframe lets you spread the keys out. Right. You can do that, Yvette, in Blender the way you're describing, or you can import your pings as meshes or map to meshes so that the pings actually play back as an animated sequence in the 3D workspace. So you can do it either way. And for my money, you've got a lot more power and flexibility if you bring them into the 3D workspace. I've done that many, many times. So I'm looking for the reverse option. Right. Right. And if you bring them in as images as a sequence map to a plane, then if you just go into your texture settings and set the image sequence to cyclic, CYCLIC, that causes the image sequence that's mapped to a plane in the 3D view to just play over and over, just like you're describing. And then the advantage is that you can take that plane and you can resize it, reposition it, completely reframe your shot. I have other videos where I show how you can actually animate that playback as well, run it in reverse, all kinds of fun things. But frankly, for most people, it's a lot easier to do that sort of thing the way we're doing it here in Tahoma. So the problem I'm having is I don't see the reverse option. Then you can highlight all the cells, right-click, edit cell numbers. Oh. Edit cell numbers. Darn it. On the main timeline, highlight all the cells. So we're not grabbing the header, we're highlighting all the cells. Edit cell numbers, reverse. Ooh, nice. And it has all kinds of interesting things. Time stretch. Ooh, that is good stuff. Okay, so what I was going to say, this is powerful, but there is a catch. The catch is that nothing has changed in the sub-X sheet, I'm almost sure. So if we open the sub-scene, we will see that the ordering here is unchanged. But I will tell you, all in all, Darren's right. This is a powerful and probably a better thing, because here's why. I can actually do exactly what I intended to do in the first place with this shot. What you're seeing here in these cells could be thought of as what this is the result. If Tahoma was to, let me do it this way. If Tahoma was to render every single one of these cells, so what you're seeing is the result of all these frames working together, or all these levels working together. So all you see in the sub-X sheet outside of it is the result. And then you can do whatever the heck you want with those. It's for all intents and purposes, for your purposes, it is an image sequence. For all intents and purposes, it's an image sequence in terms of what you can do with it, which is extremely powerful. So I'm going to close the subscene, and I'm going to try this. I am going to try this Darren's way. And I'm going to do it the way I would do it in Krita. So what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to grab that right there. I'm going to take all these and delete them. I don't want them in there. And then I'm going to take the rest of it and move it over to another level, because I don't want all the duplicates. I don't need those duplicate frames. I just need to know the stuff that moves. Okay, and there's another disadvantage, which is that the lip sync, of course, is baked in here. So you're going to have to think. But what I wanted to do here is the following. Please, ma'am, it's been decided, and these sorts of things don't simply reverse themselves. So she says, okay, I'm going to say, I'm just going to see if I can. So she goes, boom, please, ma'am. Okay, I don't want this. From here on down, I don't want right now. Now, there's pieces of it that I might wind up using, but this is a very interesting way to do what I'm trying to do. So now what I want to do is just drag this down, and then I'm going to try to find the shots from the sub X sheet that fit what I'm trying to do lip sync wise. So it's a very clunky way to do what I'm doing, but it might work. You have to think of them as you would drawing levels. Yep, exactly. On the main timeline you expose your, yep, okay. Darren's explaining it quite well, as he always does. So please, so she says, please ma'am. So we need the other shape, the other lip sync shape. So I'm going to go Control C. I'm going to stretch this down 1 frame. There's going to be another vocal shape, and then we're going to come back to this. So what I need is the shape that has the wider, well, either the wider or the narrower. I think that's it right there. I think that's it. So we're going to grab this, Control C, and also, by the way, I'm going to take all this stuff, I guess from here up. I'm going to take these and move them into another level so they're not distracting me from the level that I'm choosing my stuff from. I think this is what I want, but I've got to check back here to see if, oh no, we've got to have her head in the other position. If we don't have what we need, I'm actually going to cheat in a big way right here. I'm going to take this little sequence. Please, ma'am. I'm going to just use one voice shape. One. Yep. I'm going to steal this from the prior shot. Control C. Now let me just look at this. Yep. I'm going to get rid of all this. This is not what I want. Boom. Gone. And I'm going to paste in this. So she says, please, ma'am. Please, ma'am. And then I'll just stretch this one out 1 frame and probably stretch this one out 1 frame. Okay? Please, ma'am. I know it's a little bit of a stretch on the lip sync, but I'm kind of cutting myself a little slack because she's in motion. Please, ma'am. And then she says, it has been decided. And we definitely do not want this. I'm going to just turn this stuff off. And now she goes, it has been decided. Okay, this will work. I'm going to grab this, stretch this back over here. And we're going to go north to here. Okay, so now she says, it has been decided. Okay, now all we got to do is stretch out the lip shapes. It has been decided, I think. Okay, so this is what we have. Please, ma'am. It has been decided. Okay, I don't like the jerk there. So there's this little bump up. It's actually a little too much of a change, too rapid, but what happens if we just soften it by 1 frame? Yeah, that looks better. It's more like a change of attitude. It has been decided. Okay, and that might be a little long. Okay, I'm going to stop it here. Take these 2 out and hit Control X. That moves this up to here. And now we're going to use this. Watch, let's see if this works by some bizarre coincidence. Okay, Darren, I just saw your note. Whoa! When you got subscenes, you have to think of it as you would drawing levels. Okay, I read that before. So you can choose which frames from the subscene are exposed. And what Darren is describing is exactly what I'm doing right now. Don't forget the Q and W will still work to cycle through the subscene frames. Okay, you get it. You know, right, sure.
Don't forget to save. Thank you. No crashes so far, though, and I have saved my work, so... And these sorts of things don't reverse themselves. Okay. This can be pretty much deleted. Yep, I'm going to delete this. We don't need it in there anymore. And then this is, all this is duplicate. Okay, so now speaking to what Darren was saying, one thing that I will say has resulted in crashes for me when I've tried it is, what if you took this entire scene, which if we go into the sub X sheet, as you can see, a lot of that animation is being done with the plastic tool. A fair question one might ask is, what happens if I take this sub scene and pipe it through the plastic tool? So now we have 2 layers of plastic tool deformation. In my experience, that is dangerous behavior. That's like drunk driving. You're at serious risk of a crash. So it's been decided. And these sorts of things don't simply reverse themselves. Okay, I think I got it, guys. I think the shot is done. I can't believe it. It's hilarious. Please, ma'am. It's been decided. And these sorts of things don't simply reverse themselves. Okay, yeah, a little timing. I may take the word simply out of there. I'll take the word simply out. How do you know the lip sync will line up to the actual video? Well, the first of all, you can really only screw up so badly, actually, especially in anime style lip sync, because you're just toggling most of the time between 2 lip shapes, 2 mouth shapes. And so the only way it would be problematic is if the voice recording was physically just like way too long or too short. When someone's recording voice acting, I'm always going to encourage them to err on the side of speaking more slowly. Meaning this would be like, please, ma'am, it has been decided. And these sorts of things don't reverse themselves. So good stage acting as well you tend to want to be really careful to speak more slowly than normal human beings speak. If you do that, the worst thing that will happen generally is that the vocalizations will be too long. Okay? Well, I use Reaper for all my audio and music production. And Reaper has a very, very good time stretching algorithm that, in fact, several of them, that would allow you to literally squash down the recording to a much shorter time. You know, you can speed it up a lot. It doesn't change the pitch. It just speeds it up. And it's until you get into a really, really really strong time stretching, you're not going to hear that it was time stretched. You're not going to hear artifacting. Now, if you've got to really take something and stretch it a lot, one of the features built into Audacity, which is of course an open source free audio software, there's something built into Audacity called Paul Stretch, which there's a guy named Paul who created this algorithm that does ungodly, ridiculous time stretching, which with very little artifact, where you can time stretch stuff a lot. So long story short is that I explained the same thing the other day in relation to when you're making a movie. If you're making a movie and you shoot your scene, you do a master shot, you do a couple close-ups, you do maybe a medium shot just to be safe. You do it from a couple different angles. So let's say you've shot your scene for your movie 6 times, and if you're the stupid director, what you're going to do is you're going to do 50 takes of each angle, each camera setup. You're going to do a bunch of takes. That's really, really stupid. What you'll find always will happen is that the first 2 takes are great, and all those extra takes were a complete waste of time and
disk space or storage space on your camera. And plus, it just makes it really confusing when you go to edit, because you got all these different takes and you can't decide which one to use, because the truth is the difference between all of them is like 2%. What you want to do is take the shot that you're doing, you shoot it 6 times from different angles, you get all your angles, not a bunch of takes, a bunch of angles, and now you've got the raw material you need to edit your scene. Okay, well, what does this have to do with audio? Well, by the time your actors have run through the scene half a dozen times, they know their lines and they are tending to say them the same way every time. So then, for your 7th take, you gather everybody around the camera and you run it as a radio play. Now you've got really high quality audio that you can cut into your show, and you're going to find that 80% of the time it's going to be the takes from the radio play that actually make it into the movie, and the audience will never know it. And nobody can understand how you made a movie for less than $10,000 that has $300,000 quality vocal audio when you didn't have little microphones on all your actors, and arguably you didn't even have a boom mic. Now, I actually do use a boom mic, but you don't have to. You could actually have camera audio that sounds terrible, and as long as you get that radio play take, you can cut that really high quality audio into your show and no one will know the difference, especially if you have the ability to do what I said in the first place, which is you can take the take and you can time stretch it a little bit. In fact, you actually can put an automation curve on your audio to pitch shift it as well, so that if you have somebody who says, you know, if they say something and their voice goes down a little bit and you needed it to go up a little bit to almost sound like it's a question, you can actually even automate that. So as long as you got a good quality take of the audio, it's almost always possible to make it work really, really well. Okay, end of lecture. Okay, now I'm going to go back to the beginning here. Please, man. Sequence will be done. So let's do this. Let's do this the Darren T way. We're going to file, save all. This is shot 378, and what we're going to do is go into the render settings. So for whatever reason, because of the saving, Tahoma's got to think. So Darren is saying that 2 levels of plastic tool won't necessarily cause a crash. And I know that is true. You're correct. It won't necessarily cause a crash. I just have seen, though, that the more you have these different layers sort of feeding back on themselves, you can introduce a little bit of a loop and cause a crash. So this is shot number 378. And I believe what we have here is 376. So I'm going to change this. Actually, what I found with Tahoma, wait, this says 378. Is that, have I got this wrong? 377, 378. Maybe I already rendered this. I don't think I did. What I was going to say is that unlike Krita, if you just go in and manually change this, in my experience, Tahoma, it will not register. See, that's 376. And we don't even have a 378. 378. I'm getting my numbers mixed up. Dyslexia moment. 376. Yeah, this needs to be 378. Okay, so this is important. It doesn't do you any good. Sorry, I want to escape out of that. To go into this and just type in your path will not work. I'll tell you. Tahoma's not that smart. It's not going to create the folders for you the way Krita will. So what we need to do is go back up here into the scenes folder, and we need to manually create the layer or the folder. So this is 378, and that didn't take. Okay, Tahoma's thinking. Thinking. Don't know why it's thinking. I guess it wanted to create the folder, and then it's going to do the actual renaming as a second step, which isn't the worst crime in the world. So now let's create a new folder, as I always do. And Tahoma's not responding again, and it blanked out of that dialog. So Tahoma is struggling right now. Okay, so it created the new folder, but didn't really give me the chance to rename it. So now I need to do it this way. And the new name is going to be, as usual, render. Okay, now that I've done this all the hard way, look what Tahoma did. It still screwed it up. it still wants to put it in quote-unquote new folder. And in fact, the renaming of the folder actually didn't work. Okay, so the thing I want to emphasize here is what we're seeing happen before our eyes right now is totally normal for Tahoma. These sorts of file operations in Tahoma are extremely buggy and ugly. This is nothing new. I just renamed it, and what happens? Apparently, nothing at all. So, and the button here is choose. So I'm going in and I'm doing a renaming operation, and it would seem that what I have to do is go to the, oh my God, really? Ugh. Ugh. Holy crap. Okay, well, I'm not even going to try. Screw that. I'm not into software that doesn't know what it's doing. So I'm going to go ahead. Like I said, don't be too discouraged. What we're seeing right now is absolutely normal. I have never seen the version of Tahoma or OpenToonz that wasn't completely 1993 quality when it comes to file management. Sorry, it's the way it is. I've never seen it fail actually with Tahoma or OpenToonz. Everything about the browser, as far as I'm concerned, needs a rewrite, and that's been true for a long time. So we'll try doing this again the Darren's way. As you can see, it's still stuck on new folder, which of course is a folder that doesn't exist, and boom, Tahoma crashed. So there you go. Like I said, I've just never seen it fail. Tahoma sucks when it comes to file management, and I'm not blaming it on Tahoma or obviously Jeremy, because OpenToonz has always been the same way. So you're always better off to create folders in your favorite file manager, and then go in and just save to that folder, because it's both unreliable and slow. So now, interestingly, here we see. Let's open the subscene. Here we see this is turned on, and I really didn't want that turned on. So let's exit the subscene like that, and just save our scene. We'll save all, and that's probably going to take a second. You know, you get the bad with the good. I've just typed a list of folder names into the save inbox in the output settings, and it created the folders for me and rendered into it. Okay, when I've tried that in the past, it literally just didn't work. But if that's what Tahoma's doing now, then absolutely that would be an improvement. No question. Okay, so now it actually, which is really bizarre, is it looks to me... Okay, so the output settings right now, right, I'm with you, Darren. The output settings right now say 376. I'm going to manually change them to 378. And I'm going to hit save and render, and I'm almost sure, I don't even want to do it actually, I'm almost sure that Tahoma's going to save over 376 even though I manually changed it. Let's see what happens if we browse to it. It's in 378. It's in the right location, so that's good. Let's go for it. And it says it's saving it to the right place, so I think we're probably okie dokie. So we'll let that render. Jump back to Vegas. Let's do a little cleanup here and get ready. Clean project media. And now we're going to import 378, and then we do the last two shots with TNR, which are mostly building on... Tahoma crashed! Dude! Screw the render dialog. I am not going to do that anymore. Let's just back out of here. That's not good. I've never seen Tahoma crash on a render like that. That's not good. Preview. That does not crash. And it looks to me like Tahoma seems to know where we want to save things, so let's go ahead and do it. And it actually looks like it saved them too, but for whatever reason, after it was done rendering, it just crashed. That I haven't seen before, but I've never used the render dialog like that before. So, you know, you've got the exact same code doing the exact same thing, but it actually might be different code. So, which is one of those programming sins. You know, it's called the DRY principle, D-R-Y, don't repeat yourself. If you've got code that does something, see there, it didn't crash. If you have code that does something, that code should only exist in one place in your software. Now, is this 378? No, that's 376, so we need to import this. Scenes. Let's go to 378. There it is. Render. And there they are. Nice. Okay. So I would say, feeling a little nervous about that render option that doesn't necessarily speed things up compared to the way I normally do it. So I'm probably not going to gravitate towards embracing that methodology that often. But anyway. Okay. Please, ma'am. It's been decided. These sorts of things don't reverse themselves. Okay. Now we need to turn off the resampling because you can see that ghosting going on. Themselves. Boom, right there. So we're going to pull this back to here. And probably Darren's commenting, yep, for a test you can just change the frame range, only render to one drawing. Oh, OpenToonz was flaky. Yeah, what my process has been is to hit Control S to save all, always, before I render. And then I hit Control R and render from there. And then when I hit Control R again, all the settings are preserved, so there's really no reason that's going to be problematic. Okay? So, somewhat astonishingly, at this point, what do we have? 47 seconds of show in 4 hours. Oh my gosh, we're approaching the 10 seconds per hour range. Let's keep rocking, people. Now we got a wide shot here. This one's going to be some work. Let's look at the script and see what's going on. Ah, she says no thank you. Okay, I don't know why. What the heck was I thinking here on the storyboard that I had a wide shot? No, I think we should go back to this shot and just have her say no thank you and just have a little push with her head when she says you. That's what we're doing, guys. And then this just needs to have her reverse and land there, and arguably maybe, well, we never did the head turn in the close-up. I wonder if there's a head turn in the close-up back here somewhere. Nah, not really. Okay, so now our path forward is pretty clear. 377 is going to be 375, which we already did in Tahoma. So let's save our work, save all. Let's open 375 and resave it immediately under a different name. Okay, I'm going to look at Darren's comments here while that saves. Control-Shift-R to render. Okay, okay. By using the official render option, it means you can make better use of the preview window to preview quick using the shrink option. Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm never rendering and wanting to preview other things in my scene at the same time anyway. Many ways to skin a cat. Apparently, they say that in the UK as well as in the USA. So what did I say? I said we were going to open 375 and immediately save it. I'm not going to do the sub X sub scene option. I'm going to save this as, what did I say? 377, I think? Yep, 377. I'm not going to do this wide shot. That does not make sense to do that. Especially since we've got the silhouette of Fala in the foreground. So in terms of the storytelling, this is working just fine. So let's go 377 and save that. And now we can do whatever the heck we want with TNR in this shot. So she's going to say no thank you. Alright, so this expression, oh man, that's it right there.
No, thank you. That's exactly what I wanted. Ah! I love it when things go my way. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to actually, just to make life simple, this. So kind of doing that probably the clunky way. So now let's deal with the lip sync. Okay. And actually the lip sync is baked in. So what we need to do, now this is a little tricky operation. Okay, this gets back to something I've said earlier. If I were to duplicate this image, which is kind of what I really want to do, and also, by the way, let me just stop and do something right now. I'm going to go Control C and duplicate this frame. I don't want that little drift right there. Actually, maybe we do want it as an anticipation, so I'm actually going to put it there. Yeah, the little anticipation works. That's cool. All right, we'll leave the anticipation in. No, thank you. So what we need to do, okay, let me get back to what I was trying to say. Okay, I'm a little concerned because Tahoma is referencing these images that are in an image sequence on the drive. So what concerns me is I want to make modifications to this pose in particular because all the other ones are different expressions. But if I were to hit the D key and duplicate this one and then modify it, it's going to possibly insert it in the sequence here. I don't think it would because you do have the ability to reframe. So my point is that that's kind of dangerous behavior. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to hit the D key here twice. Okay? And then I'm going to grab this frame and I'm just going to delete the image. So I'm going to do this kind of the hard way. And then cut this, or copy I should say, copy this. I'm going to hit Control C. And then I'm going to come back here and hit Control V. And I'm going to go here and hit Control V. Okay? And then I'm going to save all. Now, like I said, this is somewhat risky behavior because I would guess if we look at the path for this, let's see here. Let's go back here. Enough typing. I'm just watching for a bit as I work on other things. Yeah, I knew it wasn't snarky. I knew. No, I didn't take it as snarky. Dude, you don't have a snarky bone in your body, at least as far as I can tell. Now, really nice guys like you, you know, we know that you probably are the guy who's going to turn out to be a serial killer. I get that, okay. No, thank you. I actually think I'm going to leave this as it is. I like the way her eyebrows go up like that. So let me think about this for a minute. No, 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 thank you. No. So I'm going to go here. And I'm going to extend this. No, thank you. Let's give this a crack. Now, do we have... Let's look at 11. Yeah, this is what I want. I want these two. So I'm going to actually cut these out. No, thank you. Okay. Other than the fact that the fact that we have this landing position, so this needs to be Control C, probably right about there. Control V. Oh, I guess that's not right. Let me take that back out.
I'm going to say this needs to come back to here. No, thank you. Boom, right here. Okay, so we're going to take this, Control C, Control V, and we do need to put in really a better mouth shape. But let's hit the X key. And we don't want to be in build skeleton mode, we want to be in animate mode. And then here, we just want a real push. Like that, I think. No, thank you. Isn't that nice? Ooh, that's nice animation right there. Oh, thank you. So we've got to change this picture to is this? This is this. And I don't believe 15 is used anywhere. Right. That's the new one. So this is what we want. We want to grab this. Okay, sorry, my bad. Let me reverse that. I want to take this and actually move it down. This is where she's going to land expression-wise. So this needs to be 15. Come on. Drag, stupid. Drag in there, stupid. And I want to change this expression. Piece of cake here, folks. Piece of cake. And I'm going to hit the R key. We're going to paint this out. And then we're going to hit the R key again. And I might as well try to drive home the snark on that expression, since it's not really being used anywhere else. Yeah, right on, Darren. Right on. We know you're a bad guy. We know you're really a bad guy. No one knows it. Big secret thing. All right. No, thank you. Ooh! Every once in a while, there's a veritable coup of animation wonderfulness, and that's it right there. That is exactly the attitude I wanted. What I saw when I wrote it in the script is what I just saw happen on the screen. That is excellent. And you know who I stole that from? Darren will appreciate this. I actually stole that from Rowan Atkinson. I believe it is a line in the first, oh, now I'm drawing a blank. The spy thing. What's the spy movie, Darren? Oh, that's annoying. Johnny English. Okay, yeah. I believe there's a line in the first Johnny English where Rowan Atkinson says, and in context it's really funny, but he says, "No, thank you." That's exactly it right there. No, thank you. I love it. Awesome. Let's render this sucker out and be done with it. And then there's one more shot we got to do. I am a happy camper. Now, before we go too far, by the way, let's pull up. I want to go back to 375 and look at the pre-render. And indeed, it looks like it did exactly what we wanted. It did exactly what we wanted. Good job, Tahoma. So it added the new poses. Of course, I never did this one, but it added the new poses to the existing image sequence at the end. And that means that anything that happened in a different scene, like in 375, when 375 was created, these last two pictures didn't exist. So I haven't somehow corrupted the image sequence. That's what I was trying to be careful of. That's why I didn't just hit the D key and duplicate this, because I was afraid maybe Tahoma would try to insert it in between, which would break the earlier scene. I hope that makes sense for you guys. It's kind of a big deal, because you'd be crying like a baby if you made a change in a later scene and it wound up corrupting an earlier one. So
By the way, our live stream right now has a delay of 38 seconds. So you're actually hearing me say what I'm saying 38 seconds after I actually said it. I'm just telling you guys that because it sort of explains a bit of a delay on the between when I respond to the chat. Now, before I render this, I'm going to follow the rule I said before. I'm actually going to go in here to 377, which of course does not exist. So I'm going to hit F5 to refresh my fast stone image viewer. And we're going to go up to the top of the scenes folder. And we are going to create a folder. And this is going to be 377. Boom. Okay. Now here's 377. We're going down inside of it, and I'm just going to follow my standard convention, which is to create a subfolder called render. Some people might wonder why I do that, because Tahoma kind of manages your renders for you, your destinations, out the outputs folder, blah, blah, blah. I tend to prefer to roll my own file management. So that way I can just browse to it. 377. Where are you? 377. I might need to pop this up on my other screen so it's a little easier to see. And we're going to change this to 377.png. So we're going to render this out as a ping image sequence, and indeed, there she goes. She's rendering out the images. And meantime, let's pop back here. We just can't even believe how much work we're getting done today. So we're going to put in shot 377. Yeah, this is ridiculous. I mean, we're actually getting into the realm where it would be not absurd to potentially knock out a minute of show in a day. And if that were actually possible, you know, if I had the basic character poses and the backgrounds done in advance, so all I have to think about is storytelling, I think it would be possible to actually do a minute a day. And now at that point, you're talking about cranking out a whole episode in a month. Oh my gosh, all by myself. That's incredible. That would be so cool. That would be cool. Now we're having fun. Okay, so this is going to be an image sequence. How many images in the sequence? Looks like there's 36. Those 36 images play back at 8 frames per second. We do not want any resampling going on. Resampling is evil. And let's cut that into the show and see how it flows. Alright, going back here. That's what everybody says. My freedom for their opportunity. These sorts of things. Ah. I gotta look at the script. I don't remember what she says. Ah, yes, here we go. Okay, sorry. So she says, my freedom for their opportunity. I thought not. I'm going to put this up on my other screen so I can actually look at it while this is going by. I really want to recap the show and just make sure I'm on track here. It says, my freedom for their opportunity. She says, and yours. And we'll close the navigator. And yours. You do understand that if you play your cards right, one day you'll be queen. Queen? Yep. I thought not. And then perhaps you can fix all the ills that plague the kingdom. No, thank you. Okay. Little editing here. How's that play? Then perhaps you can fix all the ills that plague the kingdom. Boom. Right there. Plague the kingdom. No, thank you. Boom.
Please, ma'am. It's been decided. These sorts of things don't simply reverse themselves. Okay, then we fade out from Tia, and we're done with this sequence. And we go on to the very last sequence of the first half of the two-part double-length episode, which means we are actually approaching the end of the episode. I can't believe it. This is so cool. I'm rocking and rolling here, man. Okay, what do we have? This is going to be Tia. Okay, so this is shot 379, so this one clearly we can use for this. So I'm just going to file, save the scene as 379. And we'll just do a slow push in. So that's her landing position. So what I'm going to do is, just to make this easier, I'm going to take this key and make it my initial key for this scene. Whoops. Control C, Control V. Okay. And frankly, I freely admit that what I'm doing here is kind of stupid, in the sense that having the lip sync baked into the shot is pretty bad practice generally. So I'm just going to kind of take everything out and start clean for this last shot. I think it'd just be easier. But okay, so let's just think about this. First of all, we want a half second to get into it. So I'm going to go Control C, Control V, and then I think a 2-key or a 2-frame shift in body language would not be horrible. And I am actually going to do that so that this one I can turn off keep distance and actually give her a bounce, just to see if it works. So this probably should be like that. So let's see. Don't quite like it. Don't quite like it. This seems a little extreme to me. So what we want is for her to kind of perk up a little bit. And then I would say 1 second later, there's going to be a drop. This is a little bit dangerous behavior. So that's our starting point, is that? Yep, it is. So here we're going to grab this sequence. Just take these guys out. And we don't want the mouth open, so we're only getting from here to here. So we got 3 frames. Cool. Now, it could be argued that what we really should do is get a little more creative with her body language. So what I'm going to do, I'll think about this one for a minute. Well, let's just cut it into the show and see if it feels good the way it is, and if not, we'll expand it a bit. So I'm going to say 8 times 6, 48. Let's do 48 frames and just see how it feels with the camera pulling out, because it might look fine. My sense is that probably it would be stronger if she turns her head away. So this is 379, so let's go ahead and set up our folders. I'm going to just do it in my Windows Explorer. It seems like that's a little faster. So I'm on my other screen going to my scenes, and I'm going to create a folder called 379. I'm going to go into that folder and create my render folder. And now I can just render out of Tahoma like so. And where we're going to save to, obviously. Well, actually, let's test this. Let's do what Darren said. We'll just do it as an experiment. So in this case, we're going to do it a little differently. We'll give it a moment to save all. And now what we're going to do is go into our output settings. And obviously that's completely wrong. So I'm going to cut and paste the path right here, like that. And we're doing pings. And save everything. Save and render. And it looks like that worked. Good. Excellent. Well done, Darren. Well done. And I think that means that the render settings are also baked into the Tahoma file, the TNZ file, which means that later, at any time, I can hit Control-Shift-R and it will re-render to the same location. According to Darren's gracious explanation. So now we'll go back here, take this out, delete that. Tools, clean the media pool. Oh, and by the way, I do believe that that rendered faster than rendering from the preview window as well. So I'm going to go ahead and save all and just jump back to Vegas and get this cut in, and we'll just see if it worked. I think it works, but it might not be as strong as it could be. And the way I'm going to make it stronger is going to be by actually drawing some new pictures and adding to it. So we shall see. We shall see. Let's put that in there. Properties, disable the resample. Okay. So the idea here is that we're going to have a good 2-second fade out. And we're going to start this shot out cropped in just a little bit. So that about here, come on, drag that to there. And then way back here, we're just going to do a restore. So what should happen is we get this. Okay, so there's your storytelling. That works. I don't think I need to do anything more at TNR. We get it. And for her looking away doesn't necessarily help. Okay, I would consider, though, a little bit of a massaging of the timing here. I almost feel like this change in body language should be happening slightly offset from when her expression changes. In fact, I would even take it further. I think it actually should be like this. Okay, so she's gonna go perk up, soften, and then we begin to see things fade out as her weight kind of falls away. Let's see how that times out. Hide that. Ah, it's still too quick. Let's do that again. Perk, boom, bop. So this is all happening way too soon. These two keys should actually be taking place as the fade out is happening. It's going to make for a stronger scene, I'm pretty sure of it. So it's boom, boom, boom. Yep, there we go. So now we can hit Control-Shift-R. Does that also save? I'm not sure, but I'm going to do it here. Let me actually do a couple things here. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I'm going to hit Control-Shift-R. And look at that. It's going to completely re-render without me having to do anything. And then we'll jump back, and look at that. Fast, fast, fast. I like it muy mucho. Save that, save all. And guys, I cannot even believe it, but it's done. I've finished the sequence. Look at that. I can't believe it. I have done... Oh, man. Almost a minute of show. In one day. This is crazy stuff. Well, that's what happens when you sort of plan your work and work your plan. Bonjour, Amar. Oh, very good point. I don't quite see how that happened, but yeah, so this timing should still be wrong then. It looks like it saved over them, buddy. That is the timing that was modified, and the media, I guess they are JPEGs, but it doesn't matter. I mean, the only reason it would matter is if there was a you know, there's a little bit of a quality thing because of the JPEG compression. But if it's a finished scene and we don't need transparency, it's not a big deal. I don't mind having a few JPEGs sneaking in there today. So what I want to do is just modify this. So this is a little slower. I want to kind of let her weight fall a little more gradually. So it's like perk, boom. Nope, and that happens again too soon. I am very sensitive to this kind of stuff. The editor in me is coming out. Perk, pop. Okay. And Darren, do you know if when you hit Control-Shift-R to do a quick and dirty render, like, it doesn't save and render? Okay, so really you would almost need another hotkey for that. So I'll just hit save and render just to make sure I'm saving my scene as well. But man, you guys, I couldn't be happier, actually. I'm seeing the quality of my work go up. I'm going to hit cancel. That's going to refresh here shortly. I'm seeing the quality go up. I'm seeing the speed go up. I'm getting much firmer on my workflow, being this hybrid approach of Krita and Tahoma working together. And I will say this, oh yeah, a good omelet is unbeatable, man. I gotta say that I want to say this for Darren's benefit, my friend. There's no question that the addition of this second level of secondary animation with the plastic tool is definitely making the shots better. There's no question. It's giving me the ability to take what is in my head and actually make it happen. Pretty not exactly real time, but pretty briskly. I mean, that right there, you could, you know, yeah, I'm definitely liking what I'm seeing. So I'm gonna just save this and reload it just to see if that causes the missing frames to reappear, and if not, I'll just re-import them. I love it. It really captures. I love it. I love it. Nailed it. That nails the emotion. Gosh, you guys don't ever underestimate the power of what you can do at the editing stage. It just is crazy. Crazy stuff. Okay, I'm looking at the messages. Your thought, Dave, when you get around it. Okay. Or a simpler key mapping. Use a body highlight node for her left side.
Yeah, you could. You could. JP, sorry that I'm so slow to respond. Um, what you're hearing right now as I'm answering your question or responding to you is you're hearing it about 42 seconds later than I actually am saying it. So there is a delay in the stream. What's going on is that, and you can see it down in here in the corner, that OBS just reconnected. So the bad news is I haven't really found a good way to keep OBS from disconnecting every once in a while. But what I've done is I've inserted a buffer into the stream so that when OBS has to reconnect, all the video and audio that you guys miss, you don't actually miss because it picks up from where it left off when it reconnects. And the only cost really to that is that it introduces over time a longer and longer delay in the stream. So right now we have 42 seconds. It has taken me almost, it was in 4.5 hours, the delay in my stream has increased slowly to 42 seconds. So that's not, I mean, come on, that's not bad. And if anybody were to watch this video later, they wouldn't have any of the skips and drops. It would just be a completely seamless. So anyway, I'm going to keep going. So JP, as far as your point, your question, the body highlight node, not a bad idea. I think I'm gonna say you definitely could. The only thing that makes me hesitate is I don't really feel like going back and re-rendering every single one of these shots. Because if I'm going to do the highlight node, you're correct. We should have it in this shot, this shot, this shot, and this shot. And they really should, all 4 of them, be re-rendered. So just because of the hassle of that, at the moment, gosh, JP's right though. JP's right. Let's do it. File. We'll do it on this one and we'll work backwards. So let's go to the F3 node and switch to the effects schematic. Okay. And in the effects schematic, what we're gonna do is we're looking at column 2, and we want to add the, I think it's under light, isn't it? Yeah, body highlight. There we go. I was right. Okay, double click, and let's look and see what the defaults are. Okay, so let me see here. Blifton's here now. Hey, Blifton. Sorry, the repost. Looking for your thoughts, Dave. Okay, why do people say, when they refer to a military person or the military, they say thank you for the service and they fight for our freedom? Okay, Amar's asking a fair question, and again, you guys are hearing my answer 42 seconds after I read Amar's question. Amar, in principle, I completely agree with the sentiment I think you're expressing here. The idea that someone should be considered a hero because they're in the military, to me is and I'm going to probably offend some people here, but this is just my honest opinion, is I actually think it's a bit ridiculous. Because, number one, when you either join the police or enlist in the military, you're simply taking a job. I mean, you know what the risks are. You know what you're going to be paid to do it. And so you're just a guy. And the gospel honest truth is, I say this completely telling the truth, is that most of the people that I have ever known who joined the military basically joined the military because their life was going nowhere and they didn't know what to do. And so they joined the Army and sometimes the Marines. And what's really sad about that is what I have found is most of the people I've known that went that path, not all, but most of the people I've known who went that path, when they got out of the Army, their life went back to going nowhere. So it's not like it made a big, huge difference in their life. So yes, if somebody goes to war, of course they're taking risks and all the rest. But the idea that by de facto, just because somebody's got a uniform on, that they need an extra thank you, I think is comically ridiculous. Because there's people, all kinds of people in all kinds of occupations, contributing all kinds of things to your well-being in your life. You know, like the guy that fixes the electric lines when you have a storm and the power goes out. Which, by the way, is a very risky job. statistically probably more risky than being in the Army, actually. So, but no, my thinking is that I don't believe, I think we should be courteous to the police. I think it's nice to smile, and there's nothing wrong with saying thank you to somebody who's been serving in the armed forces. So I don't really have a problem with that per se. Some of them are complete losers who couldn't figure out what they were doing in their life, and so they joined the service. That joining the service doesn't make you a hero. Now, there are people who are in the service who do things that are heroic, and they're heroes. But the idea that they're all considered heroes just because they're wearing a uniform is stupid. That's just stupid. They're not heroes. They're just guys that needed a job, so they joined the service. Or maybe it's a tradition in their family, whatever. Nothing wrong with that, but it doesn't make you a hero. Any more than I'm a hero because I'm here on YouTube teaching people how to do animation. You know, am I a hero? I don't think so. I don't think that makes me a hero either. Okay, so obviously you can see what the problem is here. So we've got to, I think we will turn down the transparency. I think it's a little too harsh. Okay, sorry, I meant turn up the transparency. And then what we need to do is change the X offset to, okay, I agree, man. I think that it's no different. And again, I hate to pick on the right in this case, but it's no different than you having an opinion about a specific issue, and you say, or I say, because I'm on the right, if I can get you in the conversation, if I can label you a socialist, just put the label on you that you're a socialist, then that gives me the excuse to completely dismiss out of hand anything you say because you're a socialist. I mean, that's ridiculous. Over parties. I don't care what party you affiliate with. All I care about is what's the right idea. The best idea wins. That's the right attitude as far as I'm concerned. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm talking so much soda pop that I'm moving a little slow. But you're talking about I think that, don't we also have a widget in the shot? I don't know if there's a way to show a widget. But anyway, so what we're going to do here is, can we drag this? Yeah, we can drag this. So let's go to 0 just to make it simple. Okay, okay. And then I think just -1 on the X is probably going to be about right. Yeah, maybe -2. Maybe -2. I like that. And I could even say, let's make it slightly harsher. I like it. JP, well, good call, man. Now, let me ask, yeah, I did that. That's what I did. I put it on preview. Yeah, better off keeping them separated. This is my art channel. So Soda Pop and JP are the same guy? Is that correct, Soda Pop? Am I reading this correctly, that you and JP are the same person? JP Parks is Soda Pop. Is that right, or am I wrong about that? Okay, so here we hit Control Shift R, and we'll completely re-render with the body highlight on. And now what we're going to do is add the body highlight on TNR on all 4 of those shots, keeping in mind to just switch the X to actually, here we go. Let me double check this. I'm going to hit F3. And what I want to do is just make the settings. I want to make the X -2 instead of whatever it was. And I want to make the transparency roughly 0.6, 0.64. Fine. I can remember that. So File, Save All, and then let's just go backwards and put that in there. Thank you. Good call. Live right, be right, and you be fine, because you like people and tend to attract people as well. That's true. So I don't know. I mean, obviously I have somewhat strong opinions about that, because I just don't like the way people treat each other like crap all the time. I don't see the benefit of it. It's kind of a stupid thing to say, pretty obvious. Open recent scene file. Let's go back now to 377. And I'm going to hit F3.
And I'm going to take column 2 in the FX schematic. Column 2. I'm going to add light, body highlight, double click, 0.64, -2. People got to be sweet to each other. All right, let's look at the preview, see if we're liking what we see. Oh, got a boo-boo. Got a boo-boo. Okay, Soda Pop and JP. That means I have less followers than I thought I did. Now, one could argue that this one actually looks better. That bright highlight does pop pretty nicely, doesn't it? But I think I'm going to take the slightly more conservative approach. And 0.64, is that what I wanted? I don't know. I think 0.5. Yep, I'm going for 0.5, and then I'm going to go back and change the other one yet again. So 377. So what we got to do now is we're going to get all of our work whipped into shape. So I'm going to go into the render settings. Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. The people don't realize that you've got a really powerful compositor built into OpenToonz and Tahoma. Output settings. I have to look this on my other screen. So it's 377, but it's going to the wrong destination. So I'm actually going to cut and paste this in. Okay, I thought I had it saved from my... Unfortunately, I have to re-bring up the path. So anime, scenes. $377. Render. Cut and paste that path in. So sorry you guys can't see this right now. Render. And we want this to be ping format. So I just changed my output settings so that it's baked into the scene. So there it is. Save and render. And it looks like it is indeed saving and rendering to the right location. And it's pre-computing. I'm very curious to see if it's going to render faster. It does. It looks like when you use the render settings, it renders faster. That's like Krita speed. Wow, that's impressive. Okay, so now we should be good on our settings. If we go back here, what we should have is a nice room. Oh, golly. Soda Pop JP, good call, man. Good call. Jeez, that looks amazing. Holy cow. I can't argue with a good idea, and that's a good idea. Well, I guess that is what I was saying, right? The best idea wins. So with one little caveat, which is that I'm going to go in here and change this one to 0.5. 0.5. Like so. And I will Control-Shift-R. And that's going to re-render almost at Krita-like speed. So you've basically got a few seconds of pre-computing, but then the render is like, whoa, it's like lightning. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. We're almost done here, folks. 375. Let's do it. Let's rock and roll. I just cannot deny an absolute kick-ass idea. So we will save all. Thanks for suggesting that, Soda Pop. That's cool. Okay, same thing here. We're going to go F3. Again, it's column 2. And we're going to go light, body highlight. 0.5 is already correct, so this just needs to be changed to -2. And I think we're good to go. But unfortunately, we also need to check our output settings. And again, we've got the problem here. So what I'm going to do is go Control V, just change this little sucker right here to a 5. And it looks like 375 is currently slated to save as TIFF. So I do want to check and see if what I rendered before was TIFFs, because if it is, then we'll just keep it as TIFFs. So property, media, and it is. It's TIFF. So, okay. Good deal. Save and render. There we go. Okay, I'm turning off the window, so I think it looks great. Control R is defaulted to preview, so you have to change your key mapping. Exactly. With OpenToonz, I've always used Control R to just generate a render in the window. So it looks like we're in good shape here. We've only got one more to resave. I'm going to keep going back to Vegas and just making sure everything's working. Oh my gosh. Soda Pop gets the award. Actually, Soda Pop and Darren T, you guys both have had some great suggestions today. Just outstanding. And just for fun, I'm going to go like, no, I'm not going to. I was going to cut and paste that, but I don't want to do that because I've actually got the path on the clipboard right now, and I want to leave it there. So let's open a recent scene file. Let's go to 373. Was 373 done in Krita? I bet you it was. I'll bet you 373 was Krita. So let's go over here. Yeah, so that's 375. So that's where I did my cutting and pasting. Let's just go ahead and close this out. And yeah, we'll save that. That's fine. So I want to see if 373 is Krita, then we're going to have to reproduce that effect in Krita. That's okay. Oops. Boom. So I know the original assets were created here. I'm pretty sure this one was Krita. And no, there's nothing moving. So I guess we're probably file, load scene. Let's go 373.tnz and see what happens. Uh-oh. Where the heck did I reconstitute? There's 372. Or 370. That's 370. Am I seeing that wrong? Oh my. Oh my. I'm going to look at the media properties. Scenes. 373. Okay, that's hard to see. $373. Guys, I'm going to actually do a little browsy thing here. Take a peek down here. I'm going to slow down. I've been moving so fast, it's probably not a bad time for me to just take a chill pill and think about what I'm doing here a little bit. You've added the path to the output, so I need to remember that for next time. Right. That's why I'm taking all those shots and just getting them up to speed. But yeah, it looks like 373 was Krita. What am I missing here? What am I missing? Maybe I actually, does she even move in that shot? How the heck did I generate 373? Seems like that was the... Sorry guys, I'm confused. Well, I'll tell you what. I think this would be a good time for me to sign off. I think I'm going to go ahead and sign off. And then ferret out what happened to 373 because I'm just not really sure. And rather than make everybody sit around here and watch me search for a missing file, all I need to do is get the rim light into this shot, and this whole sequence is done. And now we're basically we're in the home stretch. This is the race to the finish that would actually complete episode 1 as far as I'm concerned. And then we'll figure out what we're going to do from there. So, cool beans. NS, you're showing up a little late. I'm actually just finishing up, so I'm getting ready to sign off. And thanks everybody for being here today. I'm looking at the... Okay, so OBS gives me the option to either stop streaming or stop streaming and discard the delay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell it to stop streaming, and then about 45 seconds later it will stop. So you guys have a great day. As you know, there will be more